What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Tuesday, March 18th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, we'll have a tip for kids in the car line. Plus, our friend Mark from Occupy Left Field will join us at about 7:20 to talk some Texas baseball. The Longhorns coming off of a SEC opening sweep in Starkville. We'll recap that and also preview tonight's midweek game against UTSA at the Dish. Plus, Ian Rappaport has a very bold Dallas Cowboys draft prediction. The governor of West Virginia is calling out the NCAA for being incredibly corrupt because his Mountaineers didn't make the NCAA tournament. We've got Coach Prime with a new wrinkle in the spring game. And one of Bucky's favorite companies has just been ordered to give over $50 million in a lawsuit. We've got plenty of sports. We've got plenty of fun. We've got plenty to go around between now and 9 o'clock. Happy Tuesday, my man. How are you?
Great, man. I'm doing fantastic, and happy start to the Major League Baseball season from Tokyo, huh?
It's underway. There's actually a game going on right now in Tokyo. It's a 2-game series, 1 game today, 1 game tomorrow between the LA Dodgers and the Chicago Cubs. We're in the top of the 7th inning right now in Tokyo. No surprise, the World Series favorites and the defending World Series champion LA Dodgers holding on to a 3-1 lead over the Cubbies in the first official game of the 2025 MLB season.
So this mattered. This one matters.
This one counts. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
for most teams, opening day isn't until about a week and a half. I think next Thursday or Friday is when opening day is across Major League Baseball, but because of all the travel that's involved with playing an international series, they want to give these two teams enough time to come back and get reacclimated to American time zones. So they're playing these games a week and a half early. But yeah, these will count towards the 162.
Wow. Well, good morning to everybody. It's a beautiful morning here in Dripping Springs. A little cooler this morning. Air seems a little bit clearer, but don't buy into it. And my tip for kids, brought to you by our good friends at Relax the Back, which if you've got problems with your back, head on over to Relax the Back, get yourself fixed up, all the accessories, all the pillows, the chairs, they've got it just for you. And if you care about somebody who's been complaining about their back, give them a tip, head on over there. There's a tip for them. Head to one of their 2 great locations of Relax the Back. And my tips for kids are out of school right now, but this is more tips for the adults. You know, over the last 2 or 3 weeks, we've been in some kind of wind condition here, fire and everything else all around us. Please hydrate yourself. Don't think that it's over. Don't think that you got to wait until it gets to be 95 every day. Hydrate yourself. Boy, my old bones feel it today. This whole, last 2 weeks and during the weekend, I told you I went out and did some work on Saturday and all that madness and dust and dirt and ash. And I finally felt it this morning. I had a bottle of water sitting beside me in the car and a Gatorade. And I only opened up the Gatorade to take a sip out of the Gatorade and never drank any of the water yesterday. I feel horrible this morning, and I know I'm dehydrated. It's a terrible feeling when you think it's cool out and you don't need it. But for you adults, overhydrate yourself. Be like they do in Louisiana. Get ready to pee on the floor if you have to, but just keep drinking. Just prepare yourself. I'm telling you, it's a terrible feeling when you feel dehydrated. It makes you feel lousy. You know how you've been feeling lousy from being sick. It's almost that same weird feeling. Everything. And you wake up and you take that first step out of bed and you stiffen up and your muscles are about to, you're about to pull a muscle from not hydrating. And I don't have that many muscles left. I mean, but I can tell that I didn't drink enough. And I'm not a water guy anyway. I'll drink OLIPOP. I'll drink canned, the non-alcohol mojitos and stuff like that. I'll drink that kind of stuff and think that I just need some H2O. And a lot of it, and it's all the stuff in your sinuses. So hydrate yourself, folks. Don't think that it's all because it's still kind of cool that you don't have to hydrate. You got to.
Can I add a slight amendment to your tip for kids?
Okay.
you don't have to pee on the floor like those Louisianans. You can drink, you can hydrate, but make sure you find the toilet when you use the bathroom, please.
Don't close your eyes and just start peeing.
All right. If you need to put those little kid airplane targets in the bowl to make sure you can hit the inside of the bowl, then do that. But don't be peeing all over the ground here in this state. Save that for our neighbors out east.
And don't sit and pee. You don't need to.
Oh, do people do that?
Yes. My old partner, Hogan, used to sit to pee.
You're right. He did.
And he still does, probably.
That was the weirdest bit of all time.
His wife made him do it because he didn't clean the toilets. I'm like, well, you don't have to hit it. You can pull up the seat and get over the top of it and pee in it. I mean, why are you missing that? It's a big old hole. How are you missing all of that?
Hey, cleaning the toilets isn't a ton of fun, but it's worth doing to be able to pee standing up. Yeah, like that's one of our best privileges and rights as a man is to get to pee standing up. I mean, the world is our bathroom. We get that. The ladies don't get that. So we got to take advantage. We can't just give that up like that on our own.
I don't give that up. I don't. My wife has tried to talk me into that. Like she goes, at night, just go and sit down. I'm like, I'm not sitting down. That water's deep. You know what I mean? Can't do that.
Yeah, if I sit down, I might not be able to get back up.
That's another thing too. Yeah. You know how much noise? You know how much noise I'd make? Like every time I get a chair and I go, I can imagine being in the bathroom middle of I'd wake her right up. She'd hear all that and go crazy. So no, I'm like, no, I don't sit to pee. I never have. But there's a lot of you men that still have your own wieners. I know that you've been told to do that. And there's a lot to do. This is not like a couple, BK. There's a lot of men that do that.
Because their wives are making them or just by choice?
No. Their wives are making them. That's not a choice. That's not a choice that they had to be married for a couple of years or share an apartment with a lady and they used the same bathroom. And she got fed up with some of the misses and they've missed and they've been told you need to do that. And they've abided by that. I don't. I won't touch the stove. I know what I can't do, but I'm not sitting down to pee.
It sounds like those guys don't have their own wieners anymore if they're not even.
I don't think they do. They don't. And then you know what they'll tell you? It's just easier for me. I just feel more comfortable. Yeah.
God.
Sure you do. Sure you do, Sally Ann. Sure you do.
Just simp some more, would you?
I can't do it. I can't give into it. I know probably it's. I don't miss. What am I doing? Shaking over the thing, falling down? No, I'm pretty stable. Look, I cut the light on. I don't even need the light on.
The people have questioned your manhood a number of times over the course of this show and over the course of your entire radio history, but they cannot question you for this.
No, I'm not. No, I will. I have not given in to that. That's just an absolute no. I'll clean it. I'll do whatever I have to.
It's just jealousy from the ladies that they can't do it. That's all it is. Like they're trying to bring us down because they're upset that they don't have the ability to stand up.
I'd like to see him try. I'd like to see one try, though. Just give me a shot at I have daughters. I have witnessed that as kids and had to change them. But
I've never seen this, but I know a lot of guys have. You know, you're at the bar and sometimes the woman has to go take a leak so bad and the line to the women's bathroom is really long. So she'll just go in, she'll find a urinal, and she'll just kind of squat over it. And it's not a full stand, but it's a
little squatty.
Yeah, not a full sit either.
I think I must have seen that at least once in my life.
Yeah, your drinking days, you had to come across that.
Yeah, I came across a lot of things in those days. Yeah, I had to come across that. At one of those long urinals where they squatted over one of those. Hey, move over. Hey, bub, move over. Okay. Yeah,
the trough, you can get some more ice for your drink while you're out there.
Yeah, you can dip your hand in there. Or the first time I was at Bethlehem Steel, they had a hand washing thing that was huge for the steel workers. And I pulled it out and I was getting ready to start to pee. And the guy goes, "What are you doing?" I said, "Oh, I got to pee." He goes, this is a hand washing station.
Oh,
it was huge. It was unbelievable. Oh, that was my first deal at Bethlehem Steel. Almost getting kicked out the first day.
God,
in the hand washer.
In one of those Rudy's hand washing machines.
This was a big round thing. It looked like a fountain, and it had little spigot things there. But it looked, I mean, I'm like, I've never seen one of these from people washing their hands. It just looked like a thing you peed in. You know?
Oh my God.
How would you imagine that? A bunch of steel workers, and I'm in there, I'm whipping it out, getting ready to pee in their hand washing thing. Thank God there was a bunch of guys. Only a couple guys said, "Hey, no, that's not what that's for, homie."
That could have been really bad.
Oh no, my goodness. Would that have been bad? Oh.
All right. Well, Mark Pena from Occupy Left Field will join us here in a couple of minutes. He was in Starkville for the Longhorns 3-game weekend sweep over Mississippi State.
Wonderful week
of Texas baseball. But Buck, how about the soldier shout-outs?
Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for what you do to all you first responders out there, all these fires, everything that's going on. Thank you for what you do also. We do appreciate it. And do be safe out there, please.
Yes, indeed. I don't want to dive too far into any singular sports topic before Mark joins us, but I will say this. The first 4 of the NCAA tournament starts tonight. Of course, the Longhorns don't play their first 4 game until tomorrow, but 2 of the first 4 games will take place in Dayton this evening. It starts with a matchup of 16 seeds, Alabama State and St. Francis, PA.
Yeah, man.
I guess there are a bunch of other St. Franci out there, so we've got to distinguish that this is the one from Pennsylvania. That's the first game in a matchup of 16 seeds. The winner will get to play the number 1 overall seed, Auburn Tigers, on Thursday. And then the more important game, and I think the game that more people will be tuned into later this evening, San Diego State and North Carolina. But despite the fact that the Tar Heels were the last team in, despite the fact that there's a lot of controversy surrounding their selection from the committee, UNC is a 4.5-point favorite. You know, we usually save your gold star locks for football season, but it is March Madness. This is the most bet on sporting event outside of the Super Bowl that we get on all year long. You're going to have some gold star locks for the people this year.
Yeah, I'm going to have a gold star lock, and that's the start right there. Carolina beating this team, San Diego State. They'll beat them by at least 8 to 10 points probably. So I'll lock that down for about 5,000 units just to start you off.
Okay, just a basic 5K play to get things going.
I don't know anything about Alabama State. That's the Fun Belt, isn't it?
No. Alabama State is – I don't even know what that is, but it ain't the Fun Belt. I think Troy is the Fun Belt representative.
Oh, yeah, Troy's the winner in the Fun Belt. You're right.
Yeah, in the tournament this year, but Alabama State.
Is that MEAC, MySAC? I don't know.
I don't think MySAC is a conference, although I'd be very in favor of that being the name of a new conference if we get one. Alabama State is in the SWAC. And St. Francis, PA is in the NEC, the Northeast Conference.
The Northeast Continental Conference. Love it.
Yeah, so it'll be good. Good for those 2 schools. They get the chance to win a tournament game. More than likely, they wouldn't be winning a tournament game if they were having to play Auburn straight off the bat.
No.
They get a chance to win a tournament game. They get some exposure for their schools. They get some money, right? The cut that either of these teams get is the same as the cut that any team that wins a tournament game gets.
Nice.
So I used to be like, don't make the 16s play in these play-in games. Like, make the last 8 at-large teams have to play in the first 4. But then I found out, like, no, these small-ass schools get a lot of money if they win these games. So this is program and university changing money for places like Alabama State and St. Francis. So even though not a lot of people really care who wins, because the winner of this game is likely going to get boat raced in a couple of days by Auburn, still pretty cool that they give these small schools the opportunity to cash in on an NCAA tournament appearance.
Yeah, for sure. They need the money too, so this works out for them. CB says he has well water where he lives, out in the Great Northwest. So I do too, but I don't drink the water from the spigot. I've never had a glass of water from the faucets here since I've been here for over 30 years. I'm a bottled water person. I've never gone to the spigot, open it up, put ice in it. I've never had a glass of water. I've tasted the water here, and it tastes like it has a lot of chlorine in it. And there's certain tastes that just don't fit me. Now, when I was a kid, I drank it from the hose. I was like, the head coach of Oklahoma. I drank water from the hose, anywhere, from the spigot outside. I never even thought where it came from. I don't care what it was in it when I was a kid. Now I'm pure. I need it out of the bottle.
Well, you were blowing and going like Brent Venables back in your youth.
When I was when we were kids, you'd get to the hose outside, you stick that thing in your mouth and drink that nasty water. It didn't matter if it had rust coming through it or salamander piss. You didn't care.
Remember, you have never had well water at your house, but I have had well water at your house.
Yeah, yes, you have. Yes, you have.
Oh my God, it was disgusting. I see why you drink bottled water instead of that, because I do think I got some chlorine and salamander piss in my glass when I was at your place.
I've got the big purifier at my house too. It doesn't matter. I don't do it. My wife has like the quadruple purifier that she uses for my coffee that comes from the sink and all that stuff. I can't taste it because of the coffee, the Starbucks little cups in there, but I've never had a glass of water from it. Now, the thing about it is I use the ice from the ice machine.
There you go.
That's the same water.
Yeah, maybe the freezing process takes out the taste of iguana piss.
I don't like that taste. I just don't. You're a bottled water person, right? You don't.
No, I've got a Brita at the place, and I actually do replace the filter in my Brita. So I just fill that thing up from the sink, and then it filters out, and then I've got this giant Yeti bottle that I drink out of every day. I try to avoid the single-use plastic when I can. I'm far from an environmentalist.
Oh, you're the environmentalist.
Yeah, son. You know me.
This is me right here. Hill Country Springs water.
I guess I'm better than you. Hopefully you're recycling that at least.
Yes, I do recycle. I have a recycle bin. I have the boss, that's a part of the board. The boss says, "Oh no, hey, don't put that in there. That goes in recycling. Hey, don't put that in there. Does everything is everything recyclable? What's the deal?"
I'm far from a green thumb, but I try to avoid the single-use plastic when I can, so I go with the refillable bottle. But yeah, recycling is good. I think that helps. That's what they say, at least. I don't know how it works. By the way, before we welcome our friend Mark Pena from Occupy Left Field to talk some Texas baseball, we promised the people a grand prize for our TSU Bracket Madness Challenge.
Yes, we did.
And we came through. More specifically, our buddy Tom McKay from Audiovisual Consultations came through. So if you need more reason to sign up for our free TSU Bracket Madness Challenge, you've got one, because the winner will get a 65-inch Samsung 4K HD TV.
Samsung, nice.
From our friends at AV Consultations. That's right. It's free to enter. There's a link on all of our social media pages. If you're watching on YouTube, there's a link in the description below. If you're listening on the app, there's a link on our app as well. So we make it easy to find, and it's totally free. You get to compete against all of your favorite TSU hosts and all of our TSU audience. And again, first prize will be a 65-inch Samsung 4K HD TV that our friend Tom McKay is going to drop by your house. Now, if you want it professionally installed, you're going to have to pay him for that. But he will bring it to you. He will drop it off to your front door if you win. Compete against us and sign up today.
There you go. Good job.
Let's talk a little Longhorn baseball. It's time for our weekly conversation with our man, Mark Pena from Occupy Left Field. And these conversations are brought to you by our great friends at 34 Wine and Spirits. Mark, before we talk about the team itself, I'm curious to hear about your trip to Stark Vegas. You and a bunch of left fielders were out there in Starkville over the weekend. And because Texas played so well, they showed y'all on TV a couple of times. How was the voyage to Stark Vegas?
Brad, it was just absolutely incredible, man. The entire trip just surpassed every expectation that we had. That stadium is unlike anything that I've ever seen before. And it is legitimately now my favorite baseball stadium that I've ever been to at any level. So it was a fantastic trip. I got to hang out with a lot of really great Mississippi State fans that had hospitality just coming out of their ears, man. They fed us, made sure we had plenty of beer during the game. And it was just insane. Such a fun trip. So cool seeing Texas play in that environment, and especially coming home with 3 wins. So bucket list trip, and I would suggest that everybody needs to get out there for games in Starkville. It was so cool.
And Mark, what about weather-wise? Did you hit any crazy weather headed that way? It was weather all over the place. And that part
Yeah,
of it, you guys okay from that?
we were. There was a lot of weather kind of surrounding the Starkville area on Saturday, but we got nothing even remotely scary Saturday afternoon. It rained for a little bit. There were some high winds, but nothing too crazy in the immediate area.
That's
But
great.
funny enough, as we were driving back to Birmingham yesterday to catch our flight, we did go through a little area where there were a ton of downed trees and looked like there was some potential storm damage there.
Mm.
But nothing too crazy in Starkville. So they got obviously got all 3 of those games in. Doubleheader on Sunday, and everybody was able to stay safe out there.
Yeah,
Great.
thank God for that. Yeah, just curious to follow up on your first response, Mark. I mean, you talked about the hospitality, right? Anytime you get free food and free booze, it's going to make you like a place a little bit more. But what made the Dude such a special stadium? I mean, you've been to a lot of college ballparks, a lot of big league ballparks. Why did that top your list of places you've ever been?
So first of all, Brad, what's kind of crazy is our group, unfortunately, started like a little civil war with their fans about some of the guys being too nice to opposing fans and players' parents. The other half of the fan base was kind of annoyed by it because they were losing. So we were posting a lot of tweets up there, right? Taking pictures with their fans and thanking them for the hospitality. And some of their fans were really kind of upset by that. But it's a shame, man, because I think really treating people well when they come in for a road trip is really a cool way to get people, interested in those type of rivalries, have them coming back and forth and watching games in your city. But to go back and answer your question, Brad, it blew my mind on Friday when we got there. Some of the left field guys at Mississippi State were telling us that for a given game, the outfield fence, so the outfield entrance, opens 3 hours before the game. And they were telling us you can bring whatever you want in the stadium for the outfield lounges. They don't care what it is. You can bring in food, you can bring in beer, you can bring in liquor. And I didn't really believe them, but it was true, man. From 3 hours before the game, they give you 1 full hour to bring in whatever you want. They don't even check your ticket. You just walk into the stadium. We had a huge rolling cooler, 5 cases of beer. They let us walk it straight inside the stadium. Go put it in the left field lounges, get everything set up. And then after that hour expires, they make an announcement asking people to leave. They clear the stadium for like 20 minutes, and then they let everybody back in with a ticket. So it was just incredible. We brought in all of our food and beer for the whole weekend. Liquor, it didn't matter. They have a stand in center field inside the stadium, Brad, where they sell charcoal, lighter fluid, bags of ice, and they just they cater to that environment, and they don't care that they're losing money on beer sales. They just do it to create a fantastic environment for the fans. So it was
Wow.
just insane, man. And those guys, each of them have a little pod and a grill that they have set up, and they just cook the entire game. We had duck, tri-tip, brisket, ribs, chicken, beef
Yeah.
fajitas, everything you could think of, man, throughout the weekend. And they just cook, they slice it, throw it all in a pan, and just walk around and hand it out to all of the fans that are congregated in that area, man. I must have gained like 10 pounds over the last 4
Nice.
days. But man, you got to get out there. Just so incredible.
Man, yeah.
Well,
Take notes, CDC.
Boy, and the game itself, Mark, the games were, expectations of where you thought Texas was before that game started. What about your expectations now? Have they changed a little bit after you see them play an SEC team like that?
Bucky, now they got me too damn excited, man. I'm starting to get visions of Omaha and stuff like that in my head for year 1 under Schlossnagle, man. But the way that the team went out there and competed was just really fun to see, right? We played fantastic baseball, had some timely hits, some big home runs, and then the pitching, right, just continued to prove that they can compete. with the big boys. And you saw some outstanding performances by the pitching staff, specifically in the bullpen, right? You had Andre Duplantier came in on Friday, gave us several amazing innings, allowing us to hang into that game. We had Ruger Riojas come in relief game 2, the early game on Sunday. And then you had Max Scruggs come in the late game Sunday with, Dylan Volantis, who was projected to be a starter, come in, and he actually closed the first 2 games of the series. So it looks like Schloss and Max Wiener are getting their chess pieces into position, and they have their guys kind of in specific roles. And it's just been exciting to watch, man. Again, I think I mentioned it last week when I talked to you guys. I knew this team could be good. I didn't really know how good. And I think the fans are really starting to get excited. But again, that's the beauty of SEC baseball is you have to prove that every weekend, right? And this weekend here in Austin is going to be even tougher than last week in Starkville. So we'll see how we come out later this week.
Mark Pena from Occupy Left Field joining us here on TSU, talking a little Longhorn baseball. What about the defense, Mark? I mean, that was obviously a big question before the year started, and then for the first couple of weeks, a lot of errors and not a lot to be excited about with the leather. But you think of the play Jalen Flores made deep in the hole to end Friday night's game. You think of the Tommy Farmer diving catch to preserve the 2-run lead in the first of 2 on Sunday. Feels like this defense is starting to find its groove a little bit.
They played fantastic. And we did have a mistake here, a mistake there, but nothing glaring, right? Nothing where you end the inning and you're kicking yourself thinking, man, we just let them back in the game, or we may have lost the game on that play. So the infield was great. Thought Mendoza also played real well at second base. And Brad, you go back and reference that Farmer catch on Sunday, man. I really think that saved the game in that scenario. Mississippi State was kind of building momentum. Their crowd was getting back in the game. And when that ball was hit to the left field corner, I thought it was getting down for extra bases. So just a complete layout on that catch by Farmer. And just good stuff, man. I thought they played really, really solid. Good catching again from Riley Galvan. So yeah, man, they're competing. They're getting better. They're improving every game, and you can see it day in and day out.
Mark, this, Brad and I talked about it yesterday, and, I think I talked about it with you last week. This team is a physical looking group. When they come to the plate and, I know it's not like football, they look good. Well, this group looks good coming off the bus. They all look good. They look stout. They look like they're ready to come to the plate. They're not over aggressive, but they'll get after a ball that's maybe slightly out of the zone to hit it in gaps. It's a physical looking group. And they kind of look like they play that way. So that intimidation factor of going to the SEC or walking into some of those ballparks, I got to believe other teams look at them and go, oh, my God, holy shit, Texas looks fantastic. These guys look great.
Yeah, and that's kind of weird to think about, right? No disrespect to our past teams, but they've been years where we didn't have that imposing looking dugout, right? And I know there used to be weekends we'd play a team like Texas Tech and their players would look like men compared to ours with their full beards, and our guys looked like they were kind of younger guys out there playing. But you're right, man. Whatever they're doing in the weight room is working. As we were standing out kind of in the outfield this weekend, we heard guys making comments about Will Gasparino. That guy's huge. He's like 6'8", 6'9", and just looks like he weighs 250 pounds. Like we got some big guys out there.
Yeah, they look big.
They do. And then the thing that I like to see, man, is they were playing with confidence, running their mouths a little bit, chirping.
Mm-hmm.
They were kind of the aggressors in that series. And you ran into some of their fans that, weren't too happy about that. But sometimes that's what you got to bring to the table, right? You got to have that confidence. You got to be on the attack going into an opposing team's stadium. And man, they played the part. They looked really good. And yeah, they kind of set the tone from the beginning and obviously carried it out through the end.
Now, is that Slosh? Is that the way he coaches? I mean, was this A&M teams? They had some really short. They had a couple short guys but they all looked kind of stout. Even last year, his team, they didn't have a lot of slightly built guys. They had bigger, kind of bulkier guys. Even the shorter guys were. Is that what he looks for in a guy, a physical player?
Well, I think when he gets to schools in the SEC, right, it's a little bit easier to get those type of
Sure.
players. I think when he was at TCU, uh, it didn't quite look the same. He had really good ball clubs, right?
Right.
Great baseball players, but not anything that I remember being physically imposing. But I think he's just at a spot now where uh, through the portal, through the weight room, he's able to kind of get the squad where he wants them to be. And man, yeah, you're absolutely right. We got some big boys that look the part wearing those Texas uniforms.
Mark, we know you got to bounce, man. Appreciate the time. We could talk about A&M baseball for the next 10 minutes because that's a lot of fun to talk about. But we'll save that for next week. And we appreciate you joining us. Enjoy the game tonight and enjoy this weekend. Should be a hell of a lot of fun at the Dish out there.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. Just want to make another plug, guys. Y'all get your butts to Dish Falk this weekend, man. We got to prove that Austin and Dish Falk can be an SEC type of environment that is tough for other teams to play in. So no excuses for Texas fans, man. Let's get out there, pack that stadium, make some noise, and let's get some wins against LSU this weekend.
There you go.
Well said, my friend. We'll talk next week. Thanks for joining us, brother.
Thanks, Mark.
Thanks, guys.
All right, there he goes. Mark Pena from Occupy Left Field. And yeah, get out there. If you've never been to left field for a Texas baseball game, you're missing out. Those guys are awesome. You talk about hospitality. They will treat you like family, even if it's your first time making your way out there. And yeah, look, UTSA tonight. UTSA is a pretty decent team this year. And obviously LSU, the number 2 team in America, comes to town Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So weather should be nice. If you're looking for something to do over these next couple of days here in the ATX, get out to the Dish, support this baseball team that is on a 17-game win streak right now. They have earned your respect, and hopefully they can keep things rolling over these next few days, Buck.
Yeah, I mean, this is a conference. It's hard to stay on a roll like that because the teams are good, and there's some times where you get a little fatigued and your team isn't playing quite as confident. But so far, so good with this group. They look fantastic.
They do. Yeah, and it's been a complete team so far, right? You're seeing the pitching step up. Yep. You're seeing the defense make some plays. You're seeing the offense get contributions up and down the lineup. I mean, look, you don't win 17 games unless you're getting production from just about everybody. And I think maybe the most impressive part of Texas's sweep in Starkville this past weekend, Max Ballou and Jalen Flores, who are probably the 2 best players on this team, they combined to go 1 for 20 against Mississippi State. And Texas still won all 3 games. Like last year, if those guys were 1 for 20 in a series, Texas was getting swept. This year, your 2 best players have rough weekends, and your team still wins 3 games against a really good team on the road. That's the sign of a quality club right there.
Absolutely. Everybody's going to pick up the pieces. That's what you have to do. And as I said, they look like there's such a confidence about this group. When they come to bat, when they take the field, they look like, okay, so what? We walk this guy, not a problem. We got a couple guys on. We got 1 out. We'll figure this out. And so far so good they have.
Yeah, they play with swagger, they play with emotion, and that matters in college baseball. You got to have a little cockiness to your game. And, some call it confidence. You can call it cockiness. I think you need a combination of both.
Sure.
And when you're a good team, you could talk the talk because you're walking the walk.
Absolutely.
That's what Texas is. Shout out to our friends, Buck, at 34 Wine and Spirits.
Love it, man. They're right there on the Southwest Parkway, 4601 Southwest Parkway for all your needs. Going to Dish Falk this weekend, you want to stop by there and grab at Altstadt Beer. They've got plenty of it right there. And once again, they're a wholesale distributor getting ready for the March Madness. And if you're having a big company party, call in those guys to get that to you. You don't have to come to them. They'll come to you. They can distribute it out in those vans that they have. But if you want to go by the store, as I said, they've got plenty of Altstadt Beer right there available just for you at 4601 Southwest Parkway.
Yes, indeed. Get you some of that Altstadt beer there at 34 Wine and Spirits. Hey, bring that out to left field, and they'll really treat you like family.
There you go.
Show up with a 6-pack, maybe a couple of 6-packs, add to the coolers out there, and you're going to have a great time. What a sports week it is with Texas baseball, with the NCAA tournament, both the men and the women's getting started this week. You've got Major League Baseball. Hey, you got baseball going on right now. That means you can crack open a beer, right?
Well, hell yeah, you can.
It's 5 o'clock in Tokyo, so why not?
Absolutely,
why not?
man.
It's already the 9th inning, so you better crack one open quick. Otherwise, it gets depressing if you're just drinking at 7:30 in the morning.
No doubt. But before we get into our next deal, what happened to my guy JJ Spawn yesterday? That sure ended in a hurry, didn't it?
Well, let me finish my Altstadt read here.
Oh, give me your read. I'm starting to get thirsty here. I'm heading out that way today.
Don't be getting thirsty for that. But
well, I can't get thirsty for that. But I'm heading out there. I may stop at the brewery anyway. Maybe have lunch.
They do have great lunch out there at the Altstadt Brewery. But check out the beer. It's easy to find at 34 Wine and Spirits or any grocery store around town. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. It is Altstadt Beer, no impurities, no regrets. All right, the golf.
When did that end? Did it end before we got off the air even?
Yeah, it did. I think it was a 3-hole aggregate playoff for the Players' Championship. It was supposed to end on Sunday, but because of the rain delay Sunday morning, they had to push the playoff to Monday. And I think they teed off at 8 o'clock Central Time. So while we were on the air, and I think by 9 it was done. But it was done before that. I mean, JJ Spawn just completely collapsed.
He needed to keep playing yesterday, the day before, didn't he?
Yeah, he found water on 17.
Oh.
And, I mean, Rory did fine. Rory didn't have to do great. It was just J.J. Spawn doing his best Tin Cup impersonation.
Wow.
And totally collapsing. So, look, you were never going to beat Rory on St. Patty's Day.
Yeah, no kidding.
As soon as they delayed that tournament, I mean, look, Rory was the favorite anyways because he's Rory and J.J. Spawn is J.J. Spawn, but you're not going to beat an Irishman on St. Patty's Day. What are we doing here?
Well, when they interviewed J.J. Spawn after the event and said, I didn't realize how this playoff thing went. He didn't know about the 3-hole he had no clue about how it went. He didn't know until it was over with. This is what we got to do. He thought they were just going to continue to go one hole after one hole and just a regular, sudden death. He didn't know. I'm like, somebody didn't tell you that on like Friday or Saturday when you were still kind of in it. This is what happens. He didn't know how they were going to play.
Or overnight, Sunday to Monday. Like maybe you don't know that going into a tournament, but you sure as hell know that.
He didn't know after the initial Sunday. He had no clue. He thought Monday they were coming out to, and they had to explain it to him. No, here's what's going on.
That is the saddest excuse I've ever heard.
Well, I mean, it's not an excuse. He just didn't know. I mean,
or he's the dumbest person ever. There's no way that J.J. Spawn looks good by saying that. That's either like he's coming up with an.
You're talking about lack of preparation. I'm like,
yeah.
Somebody's going to tell you this is what we're doing on Friday. If this happens, this is what happens on a Monday. You're in the tournament. You're still around. By Friday, you should know that if you're playing on the weekend, what happens on Monday, right?
Dude, that's terrible.
I was like, he's not winning this thing on Monday.
And oh, by the way, J.J. Spawn lost the first hole yesterday. So it's not like, if it was just a sudden death, hole by a hole situation, then he would have been fine. No, he was down by a stroke after the first hole. And then it went more downhill from there.
Well, I mean, it wasn't that if he was going to lose the first hole or the aggregate or whatever. It was the fact that he didn't know how the playoff system was going to work on that Monday. And I'm like, You're in this thing on Thursday. You've been playing well Thursday, Friday. By then, somebody has to tell you by at least Friday, right?
I don't know. When did he say that? He said that yesterday?
After it was over with on like Sunday.
That's, again, either the worst excuse for bad play or he's the dumbest person alive.
He wasn't using it for bad. He didn't know. He didn't realize. He thought it was going like they generally do.
Hey, fire your caddy.
Yeah, there you go.
Like, fire everybody on your team. Probably has like a social media person, a PR person, an agent, a financial advisor. Fire all of them. You're getting bad advice. Fire your family. Go Aaron Rodgers and never talk to them again.
He didn't know until it was done on Sunday how they did things. I'm like, I got to know that. If I'm in it on the weekend, I'm going to find out what happens if I'm more than in it on Sunday, what I have to prepare for. So, I mean, he wasn't using it as an excuse. That's just that lack of preparation. You should know that.
You should know that. Because I knew that. I don't play. I knew that. Come on,
you should have known that.
All right, Rory gets the win. That's his second Players' Championship, joining a pretty exclusive club of golfers who have won that tournament twice.
$3 million in your pocket deal, too?
Oh, yeah.
Wow. That's one of the highest paid ones, too.
Yeah, well, they call it the fifth major, so I think it is the highest payout non-major event of the year. So, you want to win any event you can, but winning that one is a little extra special.
I think the winner is close to $4 million. Holy mackerel.
Yeah. And
I'm
Rory
going to
needs
know everything about that deal if I'm in it or close to it.
Yeah, that's not going to happen, so you don't really need to worry about that.
No, I just got to worry about the $2 I can lose on a putt here.
Yeah, exactly. Worry about your skins games with the Texas cheaters.
They won't let me pick that up. They're going to go, no, you need to putt that 2-footer out because your hands are shaking a little bit there, sir.
Yeah, just wait for Roger to be counting the money again. The guy always wins, doesn't he?
Yeah, he gets all the strokes. Well, then again, the way I'm playing, I get an awful lot of strokes now too.
Yeah, Richard.
But you know what? Only 2 months, couple months away for the move up, brother, forever.
Yep. Going to the ladies' tees.
I'm not going to the ladies' tees. I don't go there.
Okay.
I move up one more, which is close to the ladies' tees probably, but
you move up to where I should be playing.
Yeah, it's a forever tee box then.
I like that. Forever tee box.
Yes,
all right.
Like the stamps, like the forever stamps. I got the forever tee box coming up.
Yeah, when I heard forever stamps, I figured they'd stay at like 35 cents forever.
No. Yeah, that's what I did. That's what I thought. You better buy a bunch of those. When you get those forever stamps, you should have got them when they were 37 cents. Because they just keep on going up every year.
It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous.
And I know people are saying right now, oh, who the hell puts a stamp on mail besides me?
Yeah, I still mail some stuff out. I'd say like 3 or 4 things a month get mailed out of this place.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. So you need your stamps.
Need my stamps. Should have bought 1,000 of them when I was 10 years old. Blame my parents for that one. All right. Let's talk a little football here this morning.
Yes,
How about Ian Rappaport on the NFL Network? So yesterday we talked about Cooper Rush signing a free agent contract with the Baltimore Ravens. So Cooper Rush no longer the backup in Dallas. As of this moment, Dallas only has 2 quarterbacks on its roster. It's Dak Prescott, obviously, and former West Virginia Mountaineer Will Grier. If you're asking about Trey Lance is a free agent as well. So the Cowboys could bring him back, but as of right now, he is not under contract with the team. Ian Rappaport was on the NFL Network yesterday talking about the Cooper Rush to Baltimore news, and he had an interesting prediction with what the Cowboys are going to do to find a new QB2.
But this, to me, says the Cowboys are going to go quarterback in the draft, and I wonder how high are they going to go, right? Like, I would be surprised at this point if they take a quarterback in the first round. I think everybody would. But what if it's someone like, I don't know, Quinn Ewers in the second round, right? A quarterback who's really talented, who they know well, right? Who might not have to play for a couple years, but in 3 years might end up being someone who's certainly talented enough to be the starting quarterback. How high do they go, right? Because if you're going to wait to the 5th or 6th or 7th round, you don't know what kind of backup quarterback you're getting. And honestly, by then, they may all be gone. This, at least to me, means the Cowboys are considering taking one, if not Thursday, maybe on Friday. And then you're talking about some household names. And then you're talking about some really, really talented quarterbacks. And that, to me, is where it all gets fascinating for the Cowboys. So, yes, Cooper Rush going to the Baltimore Ravens is sort of like somewhat interesting. Where the Cowboys go next and how high they go next at quarterback is going to be intriguing moving forward.
Yeah, how high they go, because they have some other needs. I mean, but I think there's no more pressing need than a backup quarterback when your quarterback is coming off of the surgery that Dak has and the last couple of things that have happened to him. I mean, you have to have, that's got to be your insurance plan. Your backup quarterback, the insurance is the guy who's that person, So I keep saying, well, how high do you go? Well, how important is it to you?
I'm all about
it's got to be pretty important. They've got a lot of positions to fill, but that's got to be a huge one, right?
Well, I'm all about the backup quarterback insurance policy, right? Like, It is important to have a really good backup so your season doesn't completely fall apart if your starter has to miss a few games. Now, I don't know if there's any backup quarterback in the league good enough to withstand, Dak Prescott missing the majority of a season like he did last year.
Oh, yeah, I mean, nobody's there.
No, but you want to have a guy that if Dak's got to miss 2, 3, maybe 4 weeks, then that guy can come in and step up. Cooper Rush did that a few years ago. Did a great job for the Cowboys. Went 4-1 in relief of Dak Prescott.
I think it was 7 games.
3 seasons ago. What's that?
But your backup can't play 7 games for you and expect to be in the thick of things.
Right, exactly. So, look, a backup quarterback is important. That's my point here. But when you're paying your starter $60 million, you cannot invest a premium draft pick on a guy that you hope never plays a snap of football.
I agree. You can't take a second-round pick and use that on your backup quarterback.
And with all the holes the Cowboys have, and again, they'll tell you they're trying to win now. Now, most of the free agency decisions dispute that. But the Cowboys, I mean, by paying Dak what they're paying Dak, they are in a win-now window. With all of the holes that they have right now, they need to address those. They need offensive linemen. They need defensive linemen. They need running backs. They need wide receivers. Like, all of those positions are at a bigger need than backup anything right now for Dallas, aren't they?
Yeah, they can get Quinn Ewers if they want in the 4th round.
Well, no, they can't because they traded their 4th-round pick for Trey Lance.
That's right.
So, I don't know. Look, the Cowboys have their own 1st, their own 2nd, and their own 3rd. Like, their 2nd-round pick is 44 overall.
That can't be the quarterback unless he's your quarterback.
Right. We've talked about mock drafts that have Quinn Ewers going higher than that, right? There was one we looked at 2 or 3 weeks ago that had Quinn going 33rd with the 1st pick of the 2nd round to Cleveland. So there's not a 100% chance that Quinn Ewers is there at 44. I'd say there's about a 90% chance that he is.
Mm-hmm.
But you cannot do that. Like,
No.
Unless you're literally planning on paying Dak Prescott a bunch of money to leave after next season, which would be insane to me, then you have to spend that pick somewhere else.
Yeah, and what does that pick become? I mean, like you said, even if that's crazy and you get rid of Dak Prescott, is that now your starting quarterback? Is that what you're going to do? Is that where you leave your franchise?
Yeah. Well, if you take like anybody you take in the 2nd round, you usually want to start right away.
Yeah.
If you're taking a quarterback in the 2nd round, at most it's like, okay, in a year or 2 from now, that's going to be our guy. So, I mean, Rappaport laid it out. It's like, if Quinn Ewers gets drafted by the Cowboys, he doesn't have to come in and start right away. He could sit behind Dak, learn behind Dak for a couple of years, and then when the Cowboys are ready to move on, boom, Quinn's ready to roll. But you can't spend that high of a draft pick on a guy that you don't plan on playing for multiple seasons, which Dak still has 3 years left on the contract he just signed. So don't you want to ride that out? Isn't that why that you gave him the contract in the first place? You hope he finishes that deal out?
Yeah, there's too many other needs to waste that pick on a guy who's going to sit for 2 years, that you're hoping sits for 2 years. Once again, the success of the team, a lot of things don't matter. You know, you win a Super Bowl or whatever it is. When teams win a Super Bowl and you talk about what they spent and everything else, screw that. That's all out the window. You've won a Super Bowl. Sorry. I spent this, on this guy. I spent that on that guy. We just won the Super Bowl. I mean, now for the next 5 or 6 years, you can live off that. Sort of like your Rangers are going to do for the next 20 years. Just live off of that championship, right?
You're damn right.
There you go. I mean, so
right.
Are you worried about spending? No.
Yeah, I think any Cowboys fan my age or younger, hell, I think any Cowboys fan at this point would be happy to take one Super Bowl in the next 20 years. Where do we sign? Because it's been 30 since they've won one, and they're not even close.
Yeah, you think the Chiefs give a rat's ass about how much money they've spent now over the last couple of years? They don't care.
Oh, no. And they've won 3. They would have taken 1.
They don't care. When people start saying, "Oh, you spent that on that draft choice and he hadn't panned out," right. But you've won 3 Super Bowls. That's dumb business. I'm like, it is? Looks like pretty smart business to me. They keep getting in a Super Bowl.
Yeah. Well, look at the Rams, too. The Rams is the example that the Cowboys brought up a few years ago. I remember Stephen Jones' dumbass is like, well, the Rams sold their soul and they're not going to win anything because they tried to win that one ring. And now the Rams, number one, they won the ring. Number 2, they're a lot better than the Cowboys right now.
And they're still living off of that. Yeah, and their fans are as happy as they can be.
No, they're not, they don't need to just live on that because they think they could win another one.
Yes.
That's my point. Like Steven's like, oh, they're only going to be good for 1 year. They sold their soul, and that's not worth it. We're trying to keep a window open for a long time. Well, if you have a good front office and good ownership, guess what? You can go all in on a Super Bowl, and then a couple of years later, still be in the mix for another one.
Right.
It's possible to do that, but it's only possible to do that if you actually go add pieces to your roster. The Rams do that every year. The Cowboys don't.
And they can't spend a second-round draft choice on a backup quarterback who's not going to play.
They can't. Look, if Quinn Ewers is there in the 5th, when the Cowboys are picking at 149, take him.
Yes.
Be very happy about that. If Jackson Dart is there, if you want to take –
sure.
I don't really want Will Howard, but if you want to take like Kyle McCord or Will Howard, like one of those, tier 3 quarterbacks and just hope they're the next Dak Prescott or something, then take them. That's fine. Like, get you a backup quarterback
you got
somewhere.
your starter in the 4th round.
Right. But when the Cowboys drafted Dak, they thought he'd sit on the bench for a few years.
Right.
Then Romo got hurt, and Dak had to start playing right away as a rookie, and he never gave that gig back. So the plan wasn't like, the Cowboys are going to take this quarterback and him be the starter. They planned to draft a backup.
They don't have many plans anyway. So when things just fall into the way they fall in, and it happens that way, they were very lucky and very fortunate that it happened that way. So
yeah, they were.
But to take a quarterback in the 2nd round, that's a plan, and that's not a good plan for them.
Yeah, that's saying that you regret giving Dak Prescott the deal you gave him, and there are a lot of people who criticized the deal at the time. Obviously, Dak Prescott wasn't playing great, and then he got hurt. So the early returns on the contracts are not very good.
Right.
But you can't openly admit that you regret giving out that contract already.
No NFL team does. They never do. They never admit those things.
Well, they'd admit it if they drafted a quarterback in the 2nd round.
Well, yeah. Oh, yeah. They're telling you that. Absolutely. But that's why I said teams like Kansas City Chiefs that may make mistakes. They've won enough Super Bowls now that it ain't a mistake. There's no mistakes when their front office does something. They can say, oh, shit, guess what? We're probably not going to win the Super Bowl. We're probably going to go again next year. But that mistake we made in that 2nd round, nobody gives a credit. You think anybody in Kansas City cares? No. Think their fans care? No.
No, not at all. Not at all. So
now, Cowboys fans you would just say that's another screwed up move by the Cowboys because it would be.
Yeah, I don't know how it helps them win right now. And again, when your quarterback is making the type of money that the Cowboys quarterback is making, you should be trying to win now. And using a premium pick on a backup player at any position when you have so many starting spots that need to be filled on your team just doesn't make any sense.
But you have to have one with him.
Yeah, of course you got to bring in a backup. Like every team has to have a backup. I don't Josh Allen needs a good backup at Buffalo. That guy plays all the time. It's
because
silly.
That team is good enough to win at other positions, even when he doesn't play well or without him, they can still win. So they're always going to be in the thick of things. The Cowboys can win. They can't afford to give up a player at another position right now, but they have to have a backup. So it doesn't have to be a great backup. Now, you don't expect that backup to be playing for 7 games, but with Dak Prescott right now, the injuries that guy gets, it ends up being more than 1 game. That's for sure.
Go get somebody. Don't spend a 2nd round pick on that somebody. Obviously, no disrespect to Quinn Ewers. I'd love to see Quinn in a Cowboys uniform when it's all said and done, but you're not taking him at pick 44. That's ludicrous. No. That is ludicrous. That's not a Quinn thing either. It doesn't make – if Shedeur Sanders somehow fell that far, which he won't, I wouldn't want the Cowboys doing that. Don't take that.
No, they don't. They can't do that.
No, even in the 3rd round, if you're talking pick 76, which is the Cowboys' 3rd selection, even then I wouldn't want Quinn Ewers there.
That's the one that scares me right there. That's the one I fear that the Cowboys will make that kind of move.
Yeah, I think expect the unexpected with Dallas right now. Hell, there's a part of me that thinks if Shedeur Sanders falls to 12, Jerry Jones was the guy who wanted Johnny Football, even when the Cowboys had Tony Romo at quarterback. And thankfully, Steven and Will McClay talked him out of it. The Cowboys ended up picking Zach Martin. That one worked out pretty well, I'd say. Pick 12, chance to get Coach Prime and his family involved with the Cowboys. You talk about headlines. You talk about making money. We know Jerry's all about that. Come on, man.
No, he's not going to do that.
Come on, man. I'm scared at pick 12 the Cowboys are going to take a quarterback. Only that one. I'm not worried about Quinn at 12. I'm worried about Deion's kid at 12.
Oh, man.
Could you imagine?
No, I can imagine because then Micah Parsons is going to say, no, here's how much you guys are giving me. This is what's going to happen with me, So
what? We'll pay him.
Oh, they got it.
He'll get his. Yeah. So there you go. There's Ian Rappaport talking about Quinn Ewers potentially going to the Cowboys in the second round. That's a little bit too rich for me. I hope it's a little bit too rich for the Cowboys. We'll see what happens with Quinn. Maybe he ends up going in round 2 of the draft. I think that's a little higher than most expect, but pick 44, that's when you have a franchise quarterback already. That feels pretty crazy too.
Am I crazy to think that this group may trade Michael Parsons when that time comes up? That that he's going to hold out at camp. He's not going to get his contract this year, and then next year they're actually going to try to get they're going to try to get like 4 or 5 players for that dude.
Well, they can after next year because he's a free agent after next year.
Yeah.
So if they trade him, it would have to happen this offseason because they'll lose. I guess they could franchise tag him and then trade him next offseason. But if you want to get maximum value back in a Micah Parsons deal, you ship him off this summer or this spring. So I don't see why the Cowboys would do that. I don't think it makes any sense to do that. But there's a number of Cowboys fans who would like to see that done. So I don't think Dallas is going to end up doing that because they usually keep their own. Those are the only guys they do pay. They don't pay anybody else from outside the team.
You're right.
They always complain, we got to pay all of our internal guys because you fans like them so much. So we're keeping them around because you told us to.
Once again, you get a guy like that, you're only looking for another guy like that somewhere down the road where you're going to have to pay him another guy again. And not many of those guys are around.
Right. And if you trade Micah Parsons, you probably trade him to a contending team that's going to be picking in the late 20s or early 30s. You're not getting a Micah Parsons type that late in the draft.
No.
More than likely. So, I ain't doing that. No,
you're right. There's a lot too many other needs for this group.
Yeah.
They want to help. You can't help if Dak Prescott gets hurt unless your offensive line sucks and he gets hurt on a deal like that. But you have to help him because of the way you're paying him. You got to get another receiver for a guy that you just paid a lot of money for anyway. You're going to have 2 guys that are going to play it out. So you better protect them by getting the best guys you can around them, and that includes offensive line and wide receiver.
Micah Parsons isn't the problem. The Cowboys just throwing away draft picks on stupid trades and Michigan defensive linemen is the problem.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Like, don't blame Micah Parsons for the Cowboys' other ineptitude. That's something they actually got right. They traded down and got Micah Parsons.
That guy, you can bitch and moan about his podcast and what he is and whatever, but you can't bitch about.
I'd rather Micah Parsons be doing a podcast. I heard Patrick talking about this yesterday afternoon on Open Gym. Wouldn't you rather Micah Parsons be doing a podcast than going to the club, getting a bunch of women pregnant, getting hammered drunk, getting arrested for off the field shit?
Yes.
Doing what the White House Cowboys did in the 90s?
No, that's not his deal. So no
one watches film for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The podcast is annoying. Don't get me wrong. I'd rather him shut up, but I'd rather him do that than
absolutely
go out and get in trouble like a lot of the
other players are doing.
Let him be opinionated
all he wants about his team. He does what he has to do when it comes on Sunday of playing the game of football.
Yeah, he does.
So that what he does with his podcast, that can still be his business. I don't think it helps the Cowboys, but it ain't what hurts them because on Sunday that dude shows up to do his job.
He does. I wish they had a few more Micah Parsons. I don't want a few less Micah Parsons.
Oh, no, shit, because you're only going to be looking for another one.
Exactly. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Dakota text line 512-222-9328. The YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. We'll take your thoughts. We will shift over to some Texas football. Some interesting surgery news about a Longhorn. Usually you hear surgery and you think it's bad. This news that dropped over the weekend could actually be good for one of Texas football's rising stars. We'll give you some details there in a moment. But first, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Shout out our friends over at Sue Patrick's with that incredible selection of Longhorn apparel, which I'm sporting today. Checking it out. I really appreciate that. They've got a wide variety of men's and women's clothing there, of course. They offer free shipping on online orders over $49. And, of course, free curbside pickup at 5222 Burnett Road. Head on over there and say hello to Jay and the staff. They would love to have you come in, check out everything that they have to offer over at Sue Patrick's. And I said, it is now officially golf season. The Players' Championship has ended, and it is now time for you guys to go on over there and pick up your Longhorn gear. And ladies, too. They have women's apparel, too, when it comes to golf. They have all the golf equipment that you need, head covers, balls, tees, the whole works at of course, Sue Patrick's, but the apparel is what they have. And they've got caps, they got ball caps, they've got the whole works. They have shorts, BK, as a matter of fact, shorts, golfing shorts, long pants, the whole works. Please go on over and say hello to Jay and the gang. As I said, no problem with parking because they have plenty of parking over at Sue Patrick. The T-shirts, they got the tees, they got everything that you need. Folks, it all happens, been happening since 1975 at Sue Patrick. For more information, go to SuePatrick.com.
Yes, indeed. And some love to our friends at CentexTickets.com. A lot of great sporting events coming our way. How about Texas baseball back at it tonight against UTSA? But more importantly, this weekend, number 2 LSU comes to town for the first ever home SEC series for Longhorn baseball. If you want to be at the dish, head over to CentexTickets.com to get your tickets. And, how about Texas women's basketball opening up the NCAA tournament at Moody Center this Saturday night? If you want to be there when the Longhorns play either High Point or William and Mary, you can get your tickets online at CentexTickets.com. Make sure you use the promo code CENTEX10 at checkout. You're going to get 10% off of your ticket purchase. That's any ticket purchase over there on site right now at CentexTickets.com.
Very nice.
Also, a shout out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. If you want to upgrade your home here in 2025, our buddy Mike and his great team at McCall Custom Homes will hook you up. New kitchen, new bathroom, new life to your outdoor space. Maybe you've got a growing family, you need to add a second story to your home. Whatever it is, McCall Custom Homes can do it all because they've been doing it all in Central Texas for 40 years. That's right. It's a father-son duo, locally owned and operated. They started in Austin. They have stayed in Austin, so they know what it takes to turn your Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Don't just take my word for it. Go to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of projects they've done. Look at some of the testimonials online. Get some ideas for your place, and then reach out to them to make your home the place to be for friends, for family, for yourself, for years to come. Again, McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text our buddy Mike on his direct line at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Don't forget those jelly cats at Sue Patrick's. You know what, BK? And I'm kind of missing we haven't been there in a while. I'm kind of missing out on the wonderful items that I'm given by Jay. You know what I'm saying? Those guys give me these great presents. And the golf tournament's just around the corner in May. There's going to be that Sue Patrick's corner over there where all the items that were vetoed here at the home will be there.
Why are you peeing down? Hey, why are you peeing down Jay's leg and telling him that it's raining?
It's wonderful. You know those items, how quick they will go because of the mullets and what they take at the mullet open. They'll take those items. It's just my wife's a little kind of uppity, about some of the things.
Ooh.
But that's okay. I kept the clay thing for putting, potatoes in. That's not going anywhere. I got that.
Bold move, calling your wife uppity on live radio and YouTube.
Sorry about that, wife.
Yeah, I don't know if you are, but that's disrespectful to Jay, acting like you really won another one of his gifts, only for you to turn around and re-gift it.
Those things are like wedding gifts that somebody didn't think was good enough for a wedding, but they're good enough for me.
No, they're not good enough for you. They're good enough for other people. You can guardian give them all you want. I can't call you an Indian giver anymore. You're now a guardian giver.
Giver.
You can commander give those presents to other people, but you won't take somebody else's gift for yourself, huh?
I wonder how those things would play out like at a garage sale.
Ooh. Yeah, that's a good question. What could you get for that giant George Foreman grill that you gave away?
Somebody stole it. It's already been stolen.
Right. You told somebody to steal it, so they stole it.
They took it. It wasn't advised for them to take it, but it was missing. I know I was missing after I had talked to that person. And that's fine. They've got family, and they've got numerous people in the family that they can use, 6 burgers at one shot on a grill that's the size of my desk. Yes. It doesn't look good sitting in the kitchen.
Hey, it's the lean, mean, fat burning machine.
Oh, the fat collecting machine. My dogs do like the gravy over the top of their meal. That would be great.
There you
go.
Put
that gravy on there.
The drip pan.
Oh, that thing is huge. It's as big as this computer. You can do your car.
Oh, man. Shout out to CB. Godspeed. Prayers up. CB saying first time ever having surgery in a couple of hours.
It's the first time under anesthesia?
Yeah.
Hey, you'll like it. You won't remember a thing.
Hopefully everything's okay, CB, and hopefully
Yes,
everything
please.
turns out okay. Question from
good time to get some rest too.
Amen. Question from Clay before we dive into the Texas football we've got planned. He's asking you a question about Falcon Head. Says he's playing for the first time. How is it?
Falcon had 2 years of the mullet open actually there. There's probably not a place in this area that didn't have the mullet open at least once in 24 years. Falcon Head is a fantastic course. It's gone under some different ownership over the years, and it can get pricey, but it's worth it. It's a good track. It really is a nice track. So it's not a 3 times a week track because I think it's kind of costly there. Like it's not like Mo Willie and Jimmy Clay and Roy Kaiser where you can afford to go out there and play. And they've done by the way, the city has done a great job over the last 5 or 10 years with the courses, the public courses, BK. They are pretty good. They've done a great job. That's where your hard-earned money is gone to the city golf course. They've upped their game at city and munis.
I'd rather go there.
I'm just not a muni guy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you call your wife uppity, yet you're too good to play muni courses.
Yeah, I'm kind of uppity when it comes to that. I've never been a big muni guy. People grew up on munis here. They grew up on munis, Lions, Roy Kaiser, places like that. I mean, remember I came to Texas, and when I first got here, I was a Barton Creek member.
Yeah.
That's how I got spoiled in a hurry.
You did. Yeah, you know how uppity I am? I am too cheap to play the munis.
What?
Yeah, I need like a twilight time. Give me like a $30 round, and then I'm out there.
Dude, I don't even know if they have a $30 round anymore anywhere.
I don't either. Yeah, that's.
And I've never played Roy. I never played Butler pitch and putt. I've never played a round of golf there. Is that still in existence, or is that gone? Are there homes there, condos?
No, Butler's still there, and it's packed all of the time. Yeah, especially on the weekends, dude. Like if you want to go out and play a quick 9 at Butler, just go on like a Tuesday morning or something, and you might not have to wait. But yeah, if you try to go on a Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, you're going to be waiting an hour or two.
Now, do they use real golf balls there, or they use the hard plastic balls to play at that place?
No, you bring your own real golf balls.
Really?
Yeah.
All par 3s, huh?
All par 3s, yeah. Nothing over like 110, 120 yards. It's all short par 3s too.
By the way, I've never played at Peter Pan putting play. Have you ever played at Peter Pan all the years you've been around here?
Of course.
You've been drunk and played here. Obviously, you were drunk when you played there.
Been drunk there. I've been sober there, and my game sucks either way.
There was one out on Burnett Road. There was one of those kind of places. I played at that one, but I've never been at Peter Pan.
Oh, I used to love mini golf as a kid.
I
feel like everybody did. But
I played one time mini golf here in Texas.
Yeah, I don't play much as an adult. And a big part of the appeal is a lot of those places are BYOB, right? So you just go out there and drink a little bit and play some mini golf. Like people use that as a date spot, or they'll just go with a couple of friends and hang out on a weekend night. But I don't need the stress of golf, even mini golf, when I'm drinking. I'm trying to relax.
Like there was a night golf place.
You did that, and I don't think she liked that very much.
No.
I believe that was your ex-wife who you told.
It was. No, this one, there's no chance I could get away with that.
Oh, God. All right. Some Texas football news from the weekend. Anwar Richardson over at orangebloods.com reported that wide receiver Ryan Wingo recently had LASIK surgery after the coaching staff discovered that he was struggling with very poor vision after struggling in workouts. Apparently, this is something he dealt with last season. A little more from Anwar. Why did it take so long for this to be discovered? I was told Wingo was dropping passes at an alarming rate during winter conditioning. Wingo eventually told the staff that he could not see the ball until it was close to his body and was having trouble tracking it in the air. So the staff had Wingo see an optometrist, and that's when everyone discovered that the receiver had very bad eyesight. So Ryan Wingo had a pretty good freshman campaign. Apparently he was doing that without being able to see that clearly. His eyesight maybe got worse over the offseason, and thankfully somebody caught it before spring ball, and obviously well in advance of the important stuff this fall. And hopefully that helps Ryan Wingo take another step here in 2025.
Are you saying a receiver has to be able to catch the ball?
They got to be able to see the ball first. I mean, I think your vision matters in any spot on the field, but especially at that position, no?
Yeah, I mean, the judgment of the ball and the height and everything else, yes, for sure. That's good they found that. You know, there's all kinds of things you find out, you know, as time goes on about players. They go to high school, they don't get checked. Nobody checks those guys out for stuff like that. They get here and they check all kinds of things, and you can send them to an optometrist, and there they go. And there you go. You need LASIK just like that. That's great. That's great news for them to find that out with this kid. Just going to be a sophomore, so they got to fix that for sure.
Yeah, and I don't know, you know, Anwar doesn't mention in his reporting whether or not, like, Wingo had glasses or contacts before the LASIK, or if he just went from, like, bad eyesight / needing glasses or contacts to just, hey, let's just get this done and not even worry about the corrective frames. Let's just do LASIK right now and get it out the way. But yeah, I mean, Ryan Wingo, 29 catches, 472 yards, 2 touchdowns as a freshman. And it's interesting because he got off to a great start last year. Like 4 catches for 70 yards in the first game against Colorado State. He had that big 55-yard run against Michigan. Both of his 2 touchdowns came in non-conference play against UTSA and ULM. And then the production just dipped a little bit. Now, competition got tougher, obviously, in the SEC. And we know Matthew Golden, Isaiah Bond, and Silas Bolden were all here last year. Those guys had more experience. But I wonder if the sort of lack of production that we saw from Ryan Wingo had something to do with the fact that maybe you couldn't see.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, BK, you'd be surprised. I mean, I recruited a kid from Fort Worth who came as a fullback who had narcolepsy. I mean, he couldn't get checked that, you know, his family didn't have the kind of money to go and all that stuff. But I remember talking to the coaches. I watched him on film, and he's pretty productive as a player. Now, he wasn't the greatest fullback of all time, but he was just a fullback. I wasn't expecting him to do anything but block. And he came to Texas, and this dude would come, and I would have meetings, and he would be, for the first 5 minutes, he was fine. And then like 2 seconds later, the dude was asleep, like in front of me. I'm trying to go over plays and stuff, and the dude would just fall asleep. And people at his high school said, oh, he's lazy. He stays up all night, you know, and I mean, he falls asleep. I had him checked out here at Texas, at the University of Texas. He had narcolepsy. It's a disease where you just –
Is that why – that's why he fell asleep, because he was eating all of those dead people?
No, he would fall. I mean, dude would be sitting there right in front of me, and, you know, he went to bed. He could have gone to bed at 8 o'clock. But it just gets quiet, and he went, and he was out. And guys would be pointing over to him in meetings going, I said, have you ever been checked for narcolepsy where you just fall asleep? He goes, no. They never checked him in high school, but people were telling me how lazy he was. He wasn't. He ended up graduating from University of Texas. He got it fixed. He got on the right medication, and he was just fine.
I must not know what narcolepsy is. I thought that's where you eat dead people.
No, you don't.
What is that?
And you fall asleep. I mean, you can be in a class, in a meeting. It could be in the middle of the day. You could get a bunch of rest at night, but all of a sudden in the middle of the day, you just conk out. You know, you've nodded out before. Well, these people, like, they don't just nod out. They go to sleep. Yeah.
Just in the middle of the day.
Doing the show, and all of a sudden,
head hits the table hard.
Oh, dude would be like right in front of me, and I'm like, he's not doing this on purpose. He never got checked for it.
What am I thinking of? What, isn't there like an end disease or condition that involves eating dead people or banging dead people or something?
No, it's not narcolepsy. That's not narcolepsy.
What is that, though?
I've never heard of it, first of all. Banging dead people.
Good save, guy.
I've never heard of it. You mean like going into funeral homes and banging dead people?
You like that?
That's a thing?
Oh, of course it is. You don't really go to the funeral. You go to the morgue and get them while they're fresh.
I mean, is that one of those deals that you learned up in Texas on the mean streets?
Here it is. Necrophilia.
Oh.
That's what I'm thinking
I thought necrophilia was getting naked.
No. I don't know. I think it's eating dead people, which I thought was what the player you recruited had.
You people.
Yeah, that's a bad mix-up by me, and that made your story very confusing to me.
No,
You should
no,
not
no.
be recruiting that. And I understand why the guy wasn't sleeping much because he was out at night eating the dead.
No, no. No, he just, nobody ever diagnosed him. That's a problem. That's a disease. He had it, couldn't afford it, and people thought he was just a lazy kid and no good kid, that he was staying up all night playing video games, and that wasn't true.
Yeah, that's okay. I won't get those two confused again. My apologies for that. Narcolepsy, that's a problem. Not being able to sleep, that affects your life. Doesn't matter what you're doing, that affects your life.
Well, falling asleep like in a big meeting will affect your life too. Like if you were there with the CEO and he's having a meeting and your head's on the table. And, dude, it was fun. I mean, for a while it kind of was funny because I thought the guy was saying that, damn, coach, you are so boring that you're making, I mean, and he's there as a freshman and he's falling asleep in my meetings and guys are pointing to him like, and you can hear him like, I'm like, what's the deal? What's the deal? He goes, I'm fine. I was at bed at 8:00.
That's incredible.
And so he got him checked out, and that's what he had. And he graduated. And he would do that. I mean, so he did that with his professors. He did that at class, but then he got it all fixed. He got on the right medication and became a graduate at the University of Texas.
It's huge. Yeah, you changed his life for the better right there.
That's a part of the deal. That's a part of the deal. You find that out. I mean, these kids, like you said, vision problems, they don't never get that kind of stuff checked out.
No. And that's apparently Ryan Wingo did get his vision checked out last year when he got to Texas, but he either didn't have the problem or the problem got worse.
Yeah.
I had glasses and contacts for years before I got LASIK. Hey, Ryan Wingo and I have now two things in common. We both went to Texas. We both got LASIK. I think that's where the comparisons between me and him stop. But like every year, my eyesight progressively got worse. So like by the time I would go to my annual eye exam, my contacts and glasses weren't working at all. So as you get older and your body develops, like this is something that could change and get worse. So maybe Ryan Wingo, again, I don't know if he was wearing glasses or contacts. It doesn't sound like he was, but it's very natural and normal for like when you're around that age, your eyes just get worse progressively. And it sounds like that's what happened to him. So hopefully this helps.
So what is that banging dead? Is that negrophilia?
I don't know if the Negroes have anything to do with that.
Necrophilia, not negrophilia.
I guess you could be, well, maybe if you only eat black people, then it's negrophilia, but I don't know if that's a legit medical term there.
CB said it was negrophilia. That's weird. I never heard of it.
Yeah, that's some Klan stuff, I think. Oh boy, we are unfiltered.
Keep drinking water, keep hydrated. See what happens when you're not hydrated?
Yeah, we are. I'm running on no sleep too, or very little sleep, and you're running on no hydration. So we are fully off the rails here.
Wow.
On TSU, we are emphasizing the U of TSU.
Well, I'm glad that they've got that fixed for that kid because that's a big deal.
That's huge. Yeah, and Wingo had 4 drops last year. Like, so you wonder, all right, again, he did a lot of good things as a freshman.
But you had always heard about that they kind of backed away from him a little bit, that maybe that's what it was. If you drop the ball, we're not throwing it to you.
Yeah, and he wasn't as highly touted as like a Jeremiah Smith at Ohio State or a Ryan Williams at Alabama or a Cam Coleman at Auburn, but he was kind of next in line in that elite class of wide receivers in 2024. And we saw what those 3 guys did. And then we saw what Ryan Wingo did at the start of the year. And we're just like, oh my God, we've got one of those. We've got our own here at Texas. And then it just never quite clicked and he just didn't play as much. And again, after we got to conference play, he didn't score a touchdown and he didn't have more than 50 yards in a single game. Now he was playing behind some studs. So I'm sure part of it gets chalked up to that. But I think now it's like, look, I already expected big things from Wingo in 2025. And the coaching staff does too, because they didn't go out and get a transfer portal wide receiver this offseason. So they're telling you that they think Ryan Wingo can be a star. Now you tell me he's actually going to be able to see this season? Feels like the sky's the limit for him.
Yeah, I would agree. If that was the case or why they didn't have all that trust in him, then to get that fixed is a big deal.
Yeah. And he's 6'2", 210, ran a 10.55 100 in high school. So he's that pretty rare combination of size and strength and speed. And yeah, I mean, he and DeAndre Moore are the only 2 returning Longhorns with production at wide receiver. And DeAndre Moore's got that toe issue, so he's going to be limited in the spring. Right. So it's really like Ryan Wingo is going to be the number 1 guy when spring ball starts next week.
Yeah, the
So,
thing about that is he'll have a rapport, with the quarterback, which is awesome. It really is.
yeah,
And
he will.
that's a big time receiver, and that's a big time guy you can go to. As I said, he can run those routes inside of what your tight end is running. He can run the deep route, and he can run those inside routes and just overpower guys. I like that.
He's going to be huge because you brought up the tight ends. Again, it's Ryan Wingo and DeAndre Moore are the only wide receivers with returning production. There are no tight ends with returning production, right? Like
Yeah,
Gunnar
and
Helms.
once again, BK, as you said, they have a lot of trust. They sound like these up and coming freshmen that are in here in spring ball that are coming up are some 5-star guys that they expect to be playing. Not like the criminal they got out of the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
Yeah.
That's underneath the jail now. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. I mean, we'll see what happens. All of those guys are going to get the chance to prove that they belong, and not just that they belong in 2 or 3 years, that they belong in 2025. Yeah. Because look, Texas could go out and get somebody else at wide receiver after the spring when the portal opens up again.
I'm thinking one guy will come in from somewhere.
But if they like what they see enough from their current crop, then maybe they won't. Maybe they'll just run it with all of these young guys. And
boy, will that be fun to watch.
Yeah, well, that's again, I wish we had a spring game for a billion different reasons. I would love to be able to tell if Texas has enough wide receiver talent to survive with an SEC schedule and a trip to Ohio State in the fall.
No doubt about it. Okay, excuse me for interrupting you about the tight ends. You were saying something about the tight ends?
Yeah. There's no tight ends with returning production either, because your top 3 guys from last year, Gunnar Helm, Juan Davis, Amari Niblack, they're all gone. So it's literally DeAndre Moore and Ryan Wingo. Those are the only 2 pass catchers. I'm excluding the running backs here.
Sure.
Who have caught a pass at Texas. So, like, you're losing a ton on offense. You're breaking in a first-year starter at quarterback. Like, it needs to be a big year for Ryan Wingo.
Yes.
And it needs to be a big year for DeAndre Moore. And I hate that DeAndre's got this toe problem that's going to keep him limited in the spring.
Yeah, because there were times where he disappeared at the end of the year that they didn't go to him.
I think that might have been the toe, because that injury was sustained in November, I think, last year. So down the stretch, maybe that was why he wasn't quite as effective as he was early on in SEC play, where he just kind of took all of us by surprise and just emerged as a weapon on the outside for this team. So, yeah, I mean, those wide receivers, those pass catchers in general, they've got a lot to prove over the next month or so in spring football here. Otherwise, Texas is going to be playing the portal game and spending some cash to get somebody in here who can make an impact.
But once again, they must like what they have, or they would have done it early, because they've done it for the last 2 years, and it's come out to be a very important part of what this offense is all about. More than just an important part.
Yeah. I mean, A.D. Mitchell 2 years ago and Matthew Golden, obviously Bond and Bolden, you could throw them in, but just looking at what Mitchell and Golden gave you these last 2 seasons, like I'm surprised they didn't try to run that back. I shouldn't say they didn't try. They went after a couple of guys, but I feel like if they really wanted either of them, they would have gotten either of them.
Because there's always a receiver out there somewhere that's just, and like you said, some graduate guy will be around that just with a team that he's good, but they're not going anywhere. He may want to make some money and play in possibly a championship game. There's got to be somebody in spring ball that's they've got to be targeting somebody. They just I don't know if they can go pat unless they're so excited about these young guys, which I hope they don't have to go anywhere.
Right? Yeah, it'd be great.
Be fun seeing what they've done in recruiting.
Yeah, I think they'll play the T game a little bit. I won't say the word. I don't want to get anybody mad at me, but I expect them to do that after spring ball to see what happens. By the way, a couple of examples. Michael Thompson, I don't know if you remember him, safety here about a decade ago.
Yes.
Played when I was in school. First 3 years of his Texas career, played under Mac Brown, was a fine player, but Charlie Strong got here and was like, dude, can you see? And they tested his eyes. He got LASIK. And, he didn't get LASIK. He actually, I think, just got contacts. Like, he couldn't see. They gave him contact lenses, and then, boom, his last year in Austin was his best year. He ends up getting drafted in the 5th round by the Giants. So it worked for him. And I think of Andre Johnson, to me, is the primest example. Like, that guy was a monster at Miami. Amazing how good he was at Miami, because as soon as he got to the Texans, they tested his vision. They realized he couldn't see shit. They give him contacts, and then one gold jacket later, he's one of the best receivers of all time. So, like, yeah, being able to see at any position makes a difference. I'm not saying Ryan Wingo is about to be the next Andre Johnson. It'd be great if he was. But, like, that's another reason why I think we can expect big things from number 5 on this Longhorn offense.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, excited about that. So that was a weird story to read from Anwar, but hopefully it pays dividends for the Longhorns this coming year.
No doubt about it. By the way, Aaron Rodgers still not with Minnesota.
Aaron Rodgers still not with anybody.
Yeah, and even better, he's not with Minnesota.
All right. I know that's your pipe dream, is to get him to sign anywhere besides your Minnesota Vikings.
I want him to sign up for Walmart greeter.
Oh, is he that old?
It's time.
He's old, but he ain't that old.
He'll do a fine job.
We got a lot of audience members in their early 40s. Do we need to make them all Walmart greeters now?
Oh, no, the 40s, they're still fine. They've got another 20 years.
Well, that's Rodgers then. Why are you sending Rodgers to a home?
Because he doesn't need to be on your team. He's going to destroy your team. So
he's not going to be on my team. I don't have to worry about him in Dallas. You got to worry about him in Minnesota.
Yeah, is he going to – now, would he be picking up a fat check? Yeah, because wherever he's going, he's got to be the starter, right?
I don't know why you'd bring him in as a backup. Why would you bring a 40-something-year-old as a backup quarterback, especially when he's the headache that Aaron Rodgers is?
Well, I mean, if he still wants to be around the game and, he's got enough money. But then again, he's never has enough money.
It's Aaron Rodgers. He's not going somewhere to be a backup, dude.
He just wants to play ball.
Yeah, he wants to play ball, not sit on the bench. He wants to play. And there are 3 teams out there that there are 2 teams that I'm fairly certain would love to have Aaron Rodgers. The 3rd team is your Minnesota Vikings. I think Rodgers wants to play in Minnesota, and because they've got the best team, and he's waiting for them to make a decision.
And they've got some receivers.
Yes, exactly. I mean, they won 14 games last year with Sam Darnold. So Aaron Rodgers has to be looking at that like, if I go there, I'm going to be just as good, if not better. But I know Pittsburgh's interested, and I know the Giants are interested. So they're waiting for Aaron Rodgers to make up his mind. Rodgers, I think he would wait regardless because that's who he is. He wants people talking about him. But yeah. I think he's waiting to hear if Minnesota is a real option because that should be his preference, no?
Yeah, he should just go ahead and go to Pittsburgh, get that over with.
Oh, Minnesota's a better situation than Pittsburgh. You know that.
I don't need him at a better situation. I just need him to go away.
I know.
And the Giants are going to take Sanders, so.
You think so?
Yeah.
Most mocks disagree with you. I think they should draft a quarterback. I don't think Sanders should be there at 3. Again, Titans 1, Brownies 2. I think they should either take those quarterbacks or they should trade the picks to somebody who is going to take those quarterbacks. I don't understand why, if you're a team that needs a quarterback like both of those teams do, you would just draft a defensive player when you could either take a QB or you could get a lot for somebody else, from somebody else who wants a QB.
Oh, for sure.
So maybe it's the Giants trading up from 3 to 2 to ensure that they can get a quarterback. But I don't know, man. I could see them. They've been linked to Aaron Rodgers a lot. They haven't done anything at QB just yet. So I don't know. I think those are the 3 teams that you look out for A-Rod. But this is no surprise. We talked about this like 3 weeks ago. It's going to take Aaron Rodgers some time here.
Oh, we're still talking about that. Still talking about that dude, aren't we?
Yeah, he's the Jerry Jones of players. I said that years ago. He is the Jerry Jones of players. He doesn't care. Winning is not his number 1 priority. He'll tell you it is. It's not. He wants to be in the news all the time. So he is going to drag this thing out so he can be in the news all of the time.
Yeah. Somebody said he needs to take a full-time gig on the McAfee show.
Yeah, well, it was genius by him. All of these other athletes start their own podcast that like a few people listen to, but he instead does a weekly on a podcast that is more popular than any other. Yeah. Why? Because he gets talked about the most.
And he likes that.
Yeah, there's plenty. The Kelseys have a big podcast. The St. Brown brothers have a big podcast. Micah's got a big, some people listen to that all the time, but McAfee gets listened to every day by tons of people. So he goes on that because he gets the most exposure versus doing his own thing. Everything he does is calculated. He's a genius from that regard. He is a marketing genius. People hate him. I can't stand him. But from a standpoint of getting people talking about him, he knows what he's doing.
Oh, please, not in Minnesota.
Oh, get ready for it. It's happening.
We already don't have a chance.
You're the guy who's like, I don't know if I trust people coming off of serious knee injuries. So do you trust your quarterback coming off of a serious knee injury? Guy who's never played a game in the NFL. Can you trust him with a winning roster that you've got in Minnesota? 14 games with Sam Darnold. Come on.
I haven't seen JJ drop back and even pass yet.
Remember Brett Favre at the end of his career took your Vikings to an NFC title game.
And then he threw that pass that you wouldn't even throw.
You're right. But wouldn't you take an NFC championship appearance next year? You think you're getting that with JJ, the jet plane?
I think there's a possibility even with JJ, yeah. They can win enough games.
There's a possibility, but
yeah, if he's mobile enough, yeah, I think he'll be good enough. I know the receivers are probably thinking, damn, boy, would we love to have Aaron Rodgers here. Yeah. You know that's what those guys are thinking.
Aaron Jones obviously played a lot of years with Rodgers in Green Bay. I don't know what their relationship is like, but Jones at least got to experience how good Rodgers was in the prime of his career. Jefferson and Addison and
no kidding,
Hawkinson and all of those sins that they've got there. I think they would look. I'm sure they like JJ McCarthy, but you don't have to get rid of McCarthy. Put him on the bench for another year.
Yeah, go sit down for another year, kid.
There you go. Get fully healthy. We won't rush you back here and learn from Aaron Rodgers. He's a great mentor. He'll treat you well, right?
Yeah, he'll be nice to you.
Because he loved Jordan Love in Green Bay, so
yeah,
he's gonna love JJ McCarthy in Minnesota. Man, yeah, wow. Nothing yet on the Rodgers front. We're gonna wait on that for a little while longer.
We're gonna be into the summertime for that deal.
Jesus, you wonder if it gets done by the draft, because like teams need to know if they need to draft a quarterback. Well, like the Giants, don't the Giants have to know what they're going to do on draft night?
They don't have a quarterback.
Right, exactly. Well, the draft's still more than a month away, so this could drag out for another 3 to 4 weeks. But I would think by the draft we get an answer. Then again, Aaron Rodgers could say, hey, I'm old. I don't need OTAs. I don't need minicamp. I'm not going to sign until...
He's going to say whatever he wants. You know he's going to do whatever he wants to do.
He could wait until someone gets hurt. A quarterback gets a serious injury in minicamp or in the preseason. Hey, I'm available.
Hey, I'm not doing anything.
Maybe he's waiting for that. I don't think he would do that because I think there's too much risk involved. Because what if nobody gets hurt? And it's like, all right, then you're stuck. You're out. Once you're out, I don't think they let you back in. But he could. This is Mr. Rodgers. This is the discount double check himself.
Oh, God.
Forget. All right. Take your thoughts. Go to text line 512-222-9328. Just accept it, man. You don't have to like it, but you got to accept it.
I got to accept that. That's great.
Right. Before we get to, I want to hear some thoughts about your tournament bracket, Buck. We'll talk a little Texas Xavier here. We also have a fun Starbucks story to get into. And, the governor of the state of West Virginia is not happy that the Mountaineers did not make it to the tournament. So we'll hit a little college hoops in a moment. But before that, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, if you're seeking specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the experts and our friends at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, of course. Dr. Danny and Dr. Stockton are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there. And their goal is to definitely get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, contact them at txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to our friends at Covert Bee Cave as well. If you are in the market for a new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, don't spend all of your time and money driving around Central Texas. Don't waste hours upon hours researching online when you could just go to Covert Bee Cave. It's as simple as that. Or you can go to covertbeecave.com, get a look at their inventory online. You have to leave your couch. But when you're seriously ready about making that next vehicle purchase, head over to Covert Bee Cave. They've got 42 acres of new and pre-owned vehicles. They've got great people as well with Dan and Mike and Stacy and Jerome and Cameron and Ron and the whole team out there They're going to take care of you the way they've taken care of thousands of Central Texans over the years. And, of course, the pricing, Buck.
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
No. Selection, service, pricing. They got everything you look for in a car dealership. Go see them off of Highway 71. It is Covert Bee Cave.
Yes, indeed.
Also, a shout out to our friends at OLIPOP.
Yeah, man.
Down in that ginger ale yesterday. That was good stuff.
I need to get my grape to be in Fredericksburg. That's what I need.
You're going golf today, right?
Yeah, tomorrow I'll be there.
Tomorrow you'll be there. Yeah, get you a classic grape OLIPOP on your way out there.
Yes, also to pick up that big prize for the Mullet Open. Yes.
There we go. I like
I'm
that.
a golfer for that ain't Muni, brother.
That ain't Muni, brother.
No.
No, it ain't.
That's
OLIPOP.
That's what a caddy and all.
That's awesome. I've never had a caddy out there, but I have had OLIPOP on the course.
Oh,
that helps. It's good stuff right there. If you haven't tried OLIPOP yet, you are missing out. It's great tasting soda that's actually good for you. They've done it. People have tried for years, or at least they say they've tried to come up with something that's healthy that actually tastes good. OLIPOP succeeded. Again, it tastes like the soda you've been drinking for years, but this stuff has ingredients that support good digestive health. 9 grams of fiber in every can, very few calories, hardly any sugar, and again, stuff in there that's going to support good gut health. Get you some the next time you're at the grocery store, any grocery store, H-E-B, Costco, Walmart, Target, Whole Foods, wherever you shop for groceries, you can find the greatness that is OLIPOP.
Nice.
All right, Buck, you've got kinfolk in West Virginia, don't you?
Well, my sister and my son-in-law are graduates of West Virginia, University of West Virginia in Morgantown, West Virginia. And my niece is there going to school. I don't have kinfolk that actually live in the state because
your niece is kinfolk. She goes to school there. I mean, she lives in the state.
No, if she actually lived in the state and had a housing she wouldn't have a house if she lived in that state. They don't have houses. They have huts and little villages. No, she wouldn't be kinfolk then probably. It's all right to go to the university. They have some smart people there.
They have some people there.
Yeah.
Have you talked to your niece or your sister or your brother-in-law since Selection Sunday?
No, I have not. I haven't gone in that direction with them on that.
Okay.
My sister was pissed.
Okay. Obviously, the Mountaineers were far and away the biggest snub from the NCAA tournament on Sunday. Everybody thought they would get in, and they get left out. North Carolina was the last team in. People have been ripping the Tar Heels for the last couple of days, saying they didn't deserve to be in, and West Virginia should have gotten in ahead of them, and I agree wholeheartedly. West Virginia got screwed. You could argue West Virginia should have been in ahead of Texas. They definitely should have been ahead of a team like North Carolina. This thing has become a big deal. It is not only affecting sports fans, it's now crossed over into politics, where yesterday the governor of the state of West Virginia, Patrick Morrisey, held a press conference with his attorney general next to him and called the NCAA Selection Committee's decision, quote, a miscarriage of justice and robbery at the highest level. Here's a little bit of that presser yesterday.
6 quad 1 wins. And that was combined with an undefeated record against quad 3 and quad 4 opponents. 3 wins against top 10 teams and the 24th toughest schedule in America. West Virginia deserved to be in the NCAA tournament. This was a miscarriage of justice and robbery at the highest levels.
I can never. Are their colors gold or is that yellow? That big yellow tie those two guys are wearing. I think it's gold that their color is supposed to be. The West Virginia color. Why are they wearing bananas as ties? I mean, what's the deal there?
It looks pretty yellow to me. I don't know if they're technically blue and gold or blue and yellow. I've always thought it was blue and yellow. It's always looked pretty yellow to me.
It's supposed to be gold, I believe.
Is it?
Yes.
They do a pretty good job of making it look like gold, if that's what their goal is.
Yes, they're calling the system corrupt.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know if you saw that sign. You could see part of it on that video we just played, but the sign read National Corrupt Athletic Association. They changed the C in NCAA to corrupt, and they did their press conference standing behind a sign that said that.
Yeah, well,
By the way, the governor asked his
they're true. That was just a screw job.
Yeah, the governor asked his attorney general to investigate and work closely with the NC2A to ensure that the process was transparent and fair.
Tell them don't worry about it. That will happen 2037.
Yeah, we'll get to that, guys.
Yeah, well, yeah, you just hang on there, West Virginia. We'll get to that.
We'll add it to our list. At the very top of our list, all right? We promise.
Yeah.
Mountaineers, we'll take care of you. Yeah, it's a joke. It always cracks me up when politicians get involved in stuff like this. I mean, you could tell that guy had no idea what a quadrant one win was.
He worked at it. He looked it up. He worked
on it. Oh, he did?
It.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't know if he looked it up. Somebody gave him the notes and said, here, just say this and talk like this. And, that'll help your case. But this cracks me up, man. I mean, this is how you get votes right here. If I lived in West Virginia, if I was a graduate of West Virginia University, boy, my life would have taken a turn for the worse somewhere in the past. But I would be thrilled that my state governor was doing something like this. Because I can't imagine Abbott doing this if Texas got snubbed on Sunday. You get a smaller state like this with one giant big state school, and you get the governor involved, calling the NCAA the National Corrupt Athletic Association. This is what sports is all about.
Get the coal miner's daughter there and get that done too. Come on, let's go.
I'm not the guy. Look, a lot of people agree with Eddie. Like, I hate when politicians butt into sports. This is the time where I love the politicians butting into sports.
They need to be into the sports right here.
Because I don't live in West Virginia. I don't give a shit about their state deficit or anything else that's going on. I don't care about the meth problem that they've got or the couch burning or this, that, and the other. This is what I want from my other state politician. Do that. You've got a new fan here. Jimmy Morrissey or Peter Morrison or Van Morrison, whatever your name is.
It's been quiet there since Huggy Bear left, so they need to put a little bit more excitement in Morgantown.
Yeah, they do. And this is it. You've got the state governor taking Huggy Bear's spot. I wonder if he's going to throw a stool at somebody. Like Huggy Bear never did.
Yeah, really. I mean, that moonshine drinking fool.
Yeah, that was a great run Huggy Bear had in Morgantown. But I thought that was
that long. I'll never know. Then again, I lasted a long time too. But that dude, how that guy got around without smashing cars and ending up with his car up a tree or up a light pole somewhere.
That's what did him in. He got one too many DUIs, and I think his last one was like right around a Taylor Swift concert or something like that, where he was like drunk driving around the very end of a giant Taylor Swift concert near Pittsburgh, and
fell asleep. Didn't he fall asleep in the middle of the intersection or something?
Probably.
Wow.
I think he did that a time or 12.
Narcolepsy. It happens to everybody.
Yeah, right. Well, it happens a little more often when you're drunk behind the wheel, I think.
Yes.
That makes it easier to fall asleep. But that was what did Huggy Bear in at the end of his run in Morgantown. But he's a Hall of Fame coach. Probably the best college.
They didn't want to let that dude go.
No, he's probably the best college basketball coach who never won a national championship, like in the history of the sport. And that's obviously not what you want to be remembered as, but he's still a legend. He's a Hall of Famer for a reason. He won at a lot of different places, and obviously ended it up with a great run with the couch burners out there.
There's always the NIT there in West Virginia.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they want to be a part of that. A lot of teams are turning down NIT invitations this year.
Really?
I know LSU did. LSU, one of the two SEC schools that didn't make the big dance. I know they turned down an NIT opportunity.
Yeah, that thing's going to go away eventually. Well, as long as there's TV, there's money to be made.
Yeah, Indiana turned it down too. I don't get, in Indiana's case, I get it because they've got a new coach coming in. Like they've already said, Mike Woodson is gone, so what's the point? But if you've got a returning coach and you've got returning players, I don't understand the point of not playing in the NIT because you get to practice and you get to play more games.
Yeah.
Like I get it. It's embarrassing when you're a big school and you don't make the tournament. It's disappointing, but like it's valuable practice time that you just don't get if you end your season. So if you're Texas, look, if Texas didn't accept an NIT invitation this year, I would understand it because I would assume Rodney Terry's getting fired, and we know this entire roster is leaving. So there's not much point in that. But if you're a school like LSU's bringing their coach back and they've got some players coming back, I would have played in it.
Yeah, just another chance to play.
Right. Maybe, we see guys opt out of non-playoff bowl games in college football at a higher rate than ever before. Maybe we're about to see that in college basketball. And
yeah, somebody says the kids want to go on spring break. Come on, man. Let the kids go.
Yeah, they do. A lot
of them messing around with the NIT.
I don't know. I'm surprised you as the coach is saying that, and me as the partier is saying what I'm saying. I figured we'd have opposite takes on this.
No. I just think if you get invited to a something like that, and like you said, if you got players coming back, you play in it.
Yeah.
But if you got a brand new coach coming in, you're looking for a new coach. I'm not playing in that.
Yeah, that's why
I'm spending all my efforts looking for a new coach.
Sure. Yeah, for Indiana, it's like, just rip the Band-Aid off, make the change as soon as you can. Hire your coach before anybody else does, right?
Sure.
Because now Villanova's open. This is something that Texas has to consider. We'll see what happens with Rodney Terry. Obviously, you can't fire him now. You're playing in the tournament tomorrow night. But what if Texas wins 2 games? What if Texas wins 3 games and they're playing next weekend? Can't fire Rodney Terry going into a Sweet 16.
Win 3 games. He's not going anywhere.
I don't think so. Then it's like, well, you want to get out in front of this because for Villanova's open now, Indiana's about to be open now.
Yep.
There's a couple other big jobs that are.
A couple other things will happen during the tournament too.
Right. Yeah, there's risky run when you wait a little longer. So that's what Texas might have to battle. I know. There's a portion.
NIT invite South Alabama they would not accept their deal. Said it's embarrassing to be in it. Really? For South Alabama? Better take every invitation you can get to go play someplace.
Yeah, no, that's a different story. South Alabama was invited to join the NIT. They said yes, and then the NIT said, never mind, we don't have a spot for you. Sorry.
Oh.
That's what happened.
Oh, they got rejected?
Yeah, the NIT thought a different team was going to play in a different postseason tournament, so they thought there was a spot for USA.
Oh,
South
they
Alabama.
invited them, and they said then they canceled them?
Yeah, they canceled. So literally they told South Alabama's program and their coach that they're in the NIT, so South Alabama's pumped. It's like, sweet, we get to play more basketball. Our season's not done.
No, you don't.
And then the next day, the NIT is like, yeah, about that.
What now? Are they still doing CBI or whatever it is?
Yeah.
NBC or whatever.
That's a network.
I mean, they're still doing those tournaments too?
Well, I believe the NBC network does still exist.
All the time, yes.
I was watching some golf on that this weekend. Yeah, CBI exists. There's a new tournament called the Crown that exists. There's the CIT. There's all sorts of these postseason tournaments that are still around. People playing them. It's good. Let the kids play.
No, kids, go to spring break. Quit
Do
playing.
a spring break too. Do what I did when I was in college. I had 2 spring breaks.
What?
I didn't tell you this.
No, 2 spring breaks?
Yeah, there was 1 spring break. You think that's enough? Come on. So I would just pick another week in the middle of April, and it's like, this is spring break too. I'm not going to class for a week. I'm leaving town for a week. I'm going to have some fun. You go do that, kids. Take a spring break too. You're athletes. You're not going to school anyways.
You work hard. Come on.
Yeah, whatever. You're on scholarship. You're making NIL money to go play basketball. Go play some basketball. As Fergie says,
go down to the beach, go down to the park and get a pickup game.
Yeah, go play. Exactly. As Fergie says, let's play some basketball. She said at the end of her national anthem at the All-Star game.
No. We're not going down to the beach and play. We're not going to play sandlot basketball. You need to go to the tournament.
Whatever. Hey, speaking of the tournament, I want to get your thoughts. I know you've had some more time to look over the bracket. You have given the people a 5,000 unit play on North Carolina -4.5 against San Diego State in tonight's first 4 game. But any thoughts on your bracket now that you've had another day to look at some of the matchups?
Well, today's the date I'll be looking at. I mean, it's going to be pretty chalky, the Final Four, I believe, still. I think you're going to have Duke, Florida. They'll be around. My semi-sleeper, and it's not going to be sorry. I like Maryland to win a couple games, but I think Maryland's going to get beat too. I don't like anything, BK, from the Big East. I thought would be okay. I thought UConn would start to wake up. I don't think they're just not. They haven't played consistently enough. The Huskies. They're not getting any three-peat going on.
Okay.
But that damn Florida team is going to be tough to beat for anybody. And I can see the SEC hanging in there pretty good. And I think Alabama will run the first couple teams out of the gym and score 100 points, and then somebody will settle them down a little bit and they'll lose. But I think they make it. They make it into the Elite Eight at least.
So here's the advice I will give you. I'm a trends guy when it comes to filling out my bracket. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But in 10 of the last
percentile guy, that's all.
You were one time, so don't.
It only takes one to become a genius.
Let's not get carried away here, guy. Let's see what you do for an encore, Jay-Z. In 10 of the last 11 Final Fours, there's been at least one team seeded 7th or worse that has made it. Last year was NC State as the 11th seed, and you got that right, which is why you ended up in the 99th percentile. But I know it's tough. I know it's scary to pick that low of a team because, look, if you pick a 7 seed, they could lose to a 10 in the first round, and then your bracket's completely ruined. But, again, 10 of the last 11 tournaments, a team seeded 7th or lower has made it all the way to the Final Four. So if you like one of those teams, it might be worth riding it out with them because that's how you win your bracket pool right there. So you take that long shot because everyone else is going to have Duke and Florida in the national championship game. It sounds like that's what you have. And it's like that. I can't argue against that. Those are two great teams. They're 2 number 1 seeds. They're the 2 Vegas favorites right now. So I can't sit here and tell you that those are bad teams and those are bad picks. But that's how you separate yourself. If you can get that long shot right, you got it last year.
I myself with the Wolverines, actually.
Okay. They're a 5 seed. They're not a 7 or lower, but
that's pretty good one right there for me is Michigan. They played pretty well at the end of the season.
Yeah. And they did win the Big Ten tournament on Sunday.
Yep.
And so I mentioned 10 of the last 11, a 7 seed or lower has gotten in. In each of the last 14 Final Fours, at least a 4 seed or lower has gotten in. So Michigan, a 5 seed, they fit that bill right there.
Yeah.
So that's when you fill out your brackets. And I'll have a bunch of these bracket factoids either tomorrow or Thursday to help the people. I'll give out this advice.
You're not going to have 18 brackets, are you?
No, I'm a 1 bracket guy.
Me too.
And the TSU contest that we have only allows for 1 entry. So I can't stand, it's one of my huge pet peeves in sports every year.
Oh, yeah, when guys come out with this is my 4th bracket.
They've got 10 brackets, and they're like, well, I didn't really try on those other 9. This is the one I really cared about. And it's, of course, they wait until after the first weekend of the tournament is over to tell you which one they actually spent the most time on. It's like, the 1 bracket, I got this right, but in like my real bracket.
Those are the bracketologists right there.
Hey, let me go ahead and tell you, if you're a multiple bracket guy or gal out there, you're a puss. There's my tip for kids, my tip for adults. Have some balls, fill out 1 bracket.
Get it right.
Get it right. If you get it wrong, hey, that's all right. You lose a little bit of money. Nobody gets – that's why we love the tournament. That's why we call it March Madness, because we don't know what's going to happen. So if you're right every once in a while, great. I've been lucky. I've won 2 bracket pools in my life. But I've been doing this for like 20 years, and I've only won it twice. And I watch more college basketball than 99% of people I've ever done brackets with. So that's what's fun about it. You get 1 bracket. You don't know if it's right. You hope it is. When it's inevitably not, you rip it up and say, you know what? To hell with this.
Next year.
I'm just going to enjoy the games.
Absolutely.
That's what it's all about. I'm going to watch the games, and I'm going to root for the upsets, and to hell with my bracket. I'm rooting for my team, and I'm rooting for the Cinderellas.
There you go. I'll give you some good picks. Just go ahead and call your cousin and make some coin.
I'm excited, man. You know what? I'll tell it, but you won't be here tomorrow morning.
Nope.
He'll be back with us on Thursday. By the way, tomorrow morning, Lee Sterling from Paramount Sports will be on the show, and he'll be giving out some legit bracket betting advice.
Yeah.
So keep it tuned in. I think that's going to be 8:10 with Lee tomorrow. It'll be Cole Thompson filling in with me on the show. I'm going to ask you right now, though, since you won't be here to talk Texas Xavier tomorrow, do you have a gold star play on the Longhorns and the Musketeers?
I don't. I'm picking Texas to win, but I'm not. I don't put money on that. Unless it's Tennessee one time a year.
The Des Bryants are a 3.5-point favorite.
No, I like Texas in this. I just don't think Trey Johnson is going to get D'd up like he did against Tennessee. I think he's going to break loose.
Yeah.
This is a big deal. This is a money-making deal for him now.
If this game was being played anywhere but the state of Ohio, I'd be very confident that Texas was going to win. I don't love that Dayton is 50 miles away from Cincinnati, where Xavier University is located. I mean, it's going to be a home court advantage for the Musketeers.
But Texas will be able to be physical enough with this group if they've in the conference. Xavier's okay, but they're not like these SEC teams that Texas has played against. So they'll be in the physical battle. And once again, Trey Johnson's not going to be defended like he just got defended. He's 26 and more tomorrow.
Yeah, Texas is the better team than Xavier. Yeah. I think they are. And I think they're more battle tested, right? I mean, the Longhorns have 7 Quadrant 1 wins. Xavier has 1. And Xavier didn't get to play a lot of Quadrant 1 games because the Big East wasn't that great this season.
And now they've got some rest. I think they should be ready to go.
Yeah, I did too. I feel good about Texas tomorrow. And Xavier's not a big team. Their center is 6'9". Their starting center got hurt a couple of months ago. He tore his ACL, so he's out. So the guy they have playing center is their best player, Zach Fremantle, who's a problem. He was hurt when Texas and Xavier met in the Sweet 16 a couple of years ago, and that obviously helped Texas in that game. But yeah, when you think about teams that have given Texas the most trouble this year, it's been great rebounding teams that have a bunch of size down low. That's not Xavier.
Yeah, and I expect Weaver to make a difference now. Rested and ready to go. Has some games under his belt now. All the games that he missed, I expect him to be a factor from this point on till they lose to somebody. But in this game particularly, he'll be the best. He may be one of the best athletes on the court.
Yeah, I agree with him. All right, we got one final fun story. We'll turn this into crosstalk with the fellas here. We got to talk about Starbucks.
What about those wonderful folks at Starbucks? I'm a brand loyal kind of guy.
No, you are. A quick shout out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics, though. You see the Buck rocking the TSU hat this morning. That was Waterloo Printing and Graphics. So if you need a hat or a shirt or signs or posters or stickers for your business, reach out to our buddy Adam and his great team at Waterloo Printing and Graphics, 512-300-9641. And Woods Comfort Systems as
of course, man. You're gonna. It's beautiful out today. It's going to be really beautiful throughout the rest of the week. I mean, it looks like we have some weather, BK. That's the kind of weather that you like. That 70s. Not jumping right up into the 90s, but it should be nice. But it's coming, and it's going to come, and it's going to come here early this year. This heat, so you got to make sure that your air conditioning system is working properly. And nobody does it better than Woods Comfort Systems, and they've been doing it for close to 70 years in Central Texas.
Yes, sir. WoodsComfortSystems.com, their website to find out more. All right, you said it, Buck. You are a brand loyalist.
Yes, I am.
And one of the brands you are loyal to is Starbucks.
Yes.
Your boys at Starbucks just had to hand over $50 million.
And I'm not involved? Come on, man. I didn't break a tooth or anything. What the hell?
I don't think you're going to see a penny of this $50 million. But Starbucks just paid a delivery driver $50 million. And you ask, what for, BK? Well, I'll tell you. A Los Angeles County jury says Starbucks is liable for injuries of a customer burned during a botched drive-through drink handoff. LA resident Michael Garcia claimed that he was severely burned back in 2020 after his tray of hot teas, quote, caved in on itself, end quote. First one, then another hot drink toppled onto his lap, their lids popping off. He suffered severe burns, including burns to his genitalia.
Oh.
He claimed. Garcia accused Starbucks of negligence and produced a store security video that appeared to show that one of the venti-sized drinks that was in the tray fell apart as the barista passed the order to him through a drive-through window. Now
the lid just came off.
Well, we've got the video here. Now, it's not of the most quality. You can't see everything because it's from inside Starbucks.
I'm always
But
worried about the lids. So
here's the woman barista. Look, she's got the drinks on the tray. She's going out the window. She passes it to the guy, and he reaches out his driver's side window to grab the drinks, brings them in his car, and then boom, you see the drinks fall, and you see him like rear his head back and yell in agony.
that's on that dude right there. Come on. Let's go there, juggler. I mean, she gave him to you. You took him, and then you start shaking or whatever.
Here it is again.
Looks fine to me right there. And then you got a hold of him, and you lost your balance, dude. Sorry. Get $50 million for that.
Look, I don't often say this in life. Matter of fact, I don't think I've ever said this in my life. But I desperately need to see this man's penis.
Man.
I can't in good conscience weigh in on the appropriateness of the court's decision unless I see whether or not this guy has burns to his genitalia. Because you're right. I look at that and I'm like, 50 mil? 50 mil for that? Like, number one, you're right. It feels like it was his fault, at least partially his fault. It's not like the barista spilled the drinks into the car. Like, the handoff actually was executed. So this guy, like $50 million just for hot coffee, you get some burns on your legs, then you don't get 50 mil for that. But if this guy, look, every time he takes a leak, it feels like he's passing a kidney stone.
No.
Okay, 50 mil might be warranted here.
Pour the hot tea down my ass crack for $50 million.
Well,
So
you say that though. Let's go to the frontal instead of the backal region.
No.
I know you're a butt guy, but whatever. What if this guy can't have it hurts to have sex? What if it hurts to pee? Like, is that worth 50 mil?
Hey, become a better athlete when you're getting your stuff there, mister.
Well, wouldn't you sue if you had the chance to?
Never. Plus, my baristas never throw out a tray of stuff. They don't do trays.
You never drink. Do you buy 3 or 4 drinks at a time? No, you buy one, so you don't get a tray. This guy was a delivery driver. He was delivering these drinks to somebody else. He got burned doing his job.
Just made $50 million.
His lawyer.
My coffee's lukewarm anyway.
His lawyer said his client was picking up the beverages, and one of the hot drinks wasn't fully pushed into the container. So when he got the tray from the barista, a drink fell out of the container and fell onto him. The damages included physical pain, mental anguish, loss of enjoyment of life, humiliation, inconvenience, grief, disfigurement, physical impairment, anxiety, and emotional distress.
Wow.
And by the way, this is where Starbucks kind of effed itself here. So initially, Starbucks offered Garcia $3 million before the lawsuit went to trial. He said no. They later upped that offer to 30 mil. And Garcia's like, you know what? I will take 30 mil if you apologize publicly and you change your policies to issue a memo to double check hot drinks before you hand them to customers. Like, just issue that policy, have it in every Starbucks store to where you tell your baristas that you need to double check and make sure that the lids are fully on and the cups are fully in the tray.
Yeah.
And Starbucks is like, nah, we're not going to do all that.
Okay, that'll cost an extra 20.
That cost them an extra $20 million.
Yeah, somebody got fired over that move too. Some lawyer got fired for that move.
Oops.
Sorry. There's another 20.
Like, all you have to do is issue a public apology and just have some half-assed sign in your stores that say, like, check to make sure you're not going to pour coffee on your customers, please. And they're like, no, we're not doing that.
Look at this. Hey, dude. Okay, listen, you got to be a little bit more athletic here. The tray is fine right now. Why are you look? Oh, and then he moves around, and there you go. You know what? She should have pulled out her piece and started shooting at that dude.
This ain't Jack in the Box in 3rd Ward, Houston. This is Starbucks in LA, dude.
No,
I got no guns in there.
She doesn't have a piece. How can she work through the drive-thru without a piece?
I don't think that, like, high school aged white woman is carrying a piece with her. That's rushing to.
She can do it right between the little apron right there. She should have a piece back there. He spills it. He says something. Bam, 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 bam.
You're going to kill the guy for spilling a coffee?
I gave it to him. It was fine until it got to his hands. She didn't spill it. He spilled it.
It wasn't all the way in the tray. Let's bring on the bull. We need some expert opinions here. Let's go to our legal counsel. We've got Wags and Double R here. Wags,
it was premeditated. First thought that was premeditated. It was I'm not saying that it's a bit, like it's definitely real, but this was premeditated by that person. And look at it, like it's fine. Look how he drives away, right? Hold on. Stay on him right now. Now watch, he drive. Oh, he just throws up. Oh my God.
There you go, Wags.
Doesn't stop at all for
I don't think that was an intentional. I think that was like his reaction took his foot off the brake. Like he didn't put the car in drive. He didn't like reach his hand and move. He had the car in drive. He was on the brake, and I think
your
his
natural reaction when something like that happens, BK, you're gonna throw out a WTF to the person that supposedly is at fault for doing it. This guy, Buck's right. This guy, you have a little bit of athleticism, my dude. You can put your hands on 10 and 2, but you can't put your hands on 3 and 9, wherever the hell the hand placement is for the.
Tell him to throw that shit over in the passenger side. There's no passenger over there.
The tray collapsed. The tray collapsed before he could do. He wasn't going to hold the tray the entire time while he was driving. He couldn't put it in the seat next to him.
Doing that to Starbucks, they're going to up their prices on my drinks from now on.
Yeah, he's sitting there. Go back and look now. If only the video could pan left, you could see him. Look, now he's scheming right now. He's like, oh, okay.
All right, I got to get going. I got to bank a appointment with my wife. Y'all be good.
You too.
You got a bang appointment with your wife?
What did he say?
That's what I heard.
Damn.
All right, Double R, what say you on this here?
Look, man, if the lid don't fit, you can't acquit. That lid was not on there. That
lid was on there. I didn't see anything spilling. Look, he dropped it on himself.
Yeah.
Lady,
that dude's faking. It's like somebody tickled his asshole or something, and he kind of starts wiggling in the seat, and then stuff drops everywhere. And I'm with Bucky. If I'm the barista, I'm going for the piece. I'm going full Jack in the Box. I am going Jack in the Box right there. And then so I guess I'm assuming that his foot slips off of the brake right about, let's see, here's all the.
He dropped it on himself.
The tray collapsed. The tray collapsed, guys.
Come on, man.
Go one more time. I gotta focus on the tray here.
I know it's not a great, like, obviously it's inside Starbucks, so you don't get a great vantage point of inside the guy's car. So you don't get a whole lot
control
here.
Of the tray.
Okay, she's totally good there.
He's got control of it. It's exchanged. The ball has exchanged. It is in control. It's a fumble.
It collapsed.
No.
It was Deflategate. The ball, the tray was deflated.
I go to the NFL. The receiver did not have control of the tray, and that's what happened.
All right, Dean Blandino. I don't need this shit.
The receiver did not have control of the tray.
I actually see control. I see control exchanged. The ball is then exchanged into the left or into the other person's arm from the lateral. It is a clean exchange. He has control of it. It is a fumble.
I don't know if it's really her fault. I think the tray was just a bad tray.
I don't see the tray.
It's on him at that. Literally, it's on him.
The cups are still up. If the tray collapsed, it looks like the cups would like fold inward, right? I mean, the cups, I never see that. It looks like the whole tray drops.
This is a bit, and look, I guarantee, I can't guarantee shit at this point, but how much you want to bet that 3 of those teas out of 3 were still okay and drinkable after the alleged.
No, the other one spilled. Apparently, multiple teas spilled. They weren't even for him. It was the delivery driver, the Uber guy.
What did this cost Starbucks? How much?
$50 million.
Even better. He didn't want to Uber anymore. BK. He found his way out.
Well, it worked. Yeah. Now here's your hypothetical Tuesday here before I bid you all adieu. It is Tuesday, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
All day.
This guy, now his lawyer claims that he has severe burns to his genitalia. So I ask you guys if you
prove it, buddy. Prove it.
That's what I said. I need to see this guy's dick. Is what I said a few minutes ago. I can't really give a full on opinion. Full on opinion.
No, it's a hard on. You can't give a hard opinion.
So $50 million, would you take it for, like, let's say this guy has pain every time he urinates?
Oh God.
Oh man.
Yeah.
That's
get a burn like a kidney stone level burn every time you take a leak, but you get $50 million. Are you taking it?
It's a pretty stiff question to ask right there.
Yes, it is. Well done there, sir.
You like
I
that?
don't think so.
That. Well, it's like, a lot of times, allegedly, when you have VD, you go pee and it burns. So I think
time out. Wait, what?
Do you have experience in that department there, sir?
I read, WebMD, guys, WebMD.
The only thing you read is Penthouse Forum, sir.
Just the articles, though, Wags.
The articles. Get it for the articles. Get it for $50 million, man. I think I'd probably be all right with that, dude. I think I could.
Oh, Troy.
I think I could survive, brother.
Aretha.
I think I could survive.
What about sex? What if it hurts to have intercourse on top of the hurting to urinate?
I think I could survive with that too. You know what I'm saying?
I think that.
I think I'd be all right.
God.
I don't know that. Yeah, that's a sensation that I don't really want to cross. Right? Like,
right. That's both of those things. That's tough to give.
That's a stop you in your tracks.
All the sex you could have with $50 million too. It's like
how much?
It hurts.
Yeah, you'd be the king of Harry Hines if you got $50 million. I mean,
you'd be the king of Harry Hines with about $50. I think. you don't need 50 mil at that point.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right. I like what
I'm doing. I think I'm passing on the 50 million.
Okay.
I think I'm past. Like that's
not. I'm not
like that. So Double R's in for the money and Wags is out for the money.
Yeah, I'm old, guys. I'm older. I'm a lot older than you guys. So my days of sex are numbered.
Rodney, it's not about using it. It's about it burning when you use it. And like you're going to use it when you're going to use it at least. How many times do you piss a day? At least 5, over 5, right?
Well, yeah, but that's
it's going to burn every time that you piss.
Cranberry juice. I mean, you can do things to try to help.
Cranberry juice isn't in the hypothetical as an antidote.
Well, but I mean, I drink cranberry juice during the day. OLIPOP. You can take things to kind of, if you have a urine or what do they call it? Urine.
You're the one with all the ailments here today.
No, well, yeah.
Get you a catheter in there.
That's what I'm talking about.
All right. Well, that's an easy transition for you guys to do a sports show. So you're welcome. Have a great day, guys.
We'll talk about the Dodgers baseball because of this. Yeah.
There we go. Yeah. I'll be tuned in, boys. See y'all tomorrow.
Take care, buddy.
There they go. Here we are. Welcome to another edition of Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Make sure you hit us up on our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags on Twitter and then on InstaFace at The Wagner Wire. My partner in crime, co-host Rodney Rodriguez is on InstaFace at _Rodney R and then on Brand X/Twitter at the Rodney R. Double R, what's up, my dude? How are you?
Hey. I meant to mention this to you yesterday. I want to throw this out to you, just since we're in the spirit of March Madness and cousins and betting and all these different things. You know who Denny Hamlin is, right? NASCAR driver, podcaster, whatever.
FedEx
used to be FedEx. Yeah, they have since dropped him. But so this weekend NASCAR was in Vegas. And so Denny Hamlin, not a big gambler, apparently, had never played slots before. He goes to a slot machine and makes an initial bet. First time ever playing a slot, allegedly. Puts $300 down on a slot and wins $126,150. Pretty good, right?
That's not a bad pool.
That is not a
bad.
That's
not
pool.
A bad rake.
He went on to win $85,825 and then $65,300, over $200,000. He ran 25th in the race, but I think this dude won the weekend. It's crazy.
The rich get richer.
The rich get richer. Yeah. I'm going to think about that as I'm having bologna sandwiches for lunch today.
Bologna sandwich. Do you eat bologna sandwiches?
I do like bologna sandwiches, man. It's a weak vice.
I don't think I've had I ain't had bologna since I was in Iraq, honestly. Yeah, that is a factual statement. We used to be served bologna sandwiches.
I got to tell you, Wags, and this is, I talked about last week where the wife says that I dress like a ninth grader.
We see you guys. We see you.
That's I dress like a ninth grader, and then I eat ham and bologna and cheese sandwiches.
What is your daily dose of dietary intake?
A lot of times it is a bologna sandwich. I may have a cup of noodles.
You're shitting me. You have a cup of noodles and a bologna sandwich
A
day?
lot of times that is my lunch. Yeah. And some leftovers if there's something laying around in there. Even those,
ham or turkey. You don't use ham or turkey?
Hey, if there's turkey
bologna?
there,
Seriously, bologna? Are you fucking with me?
no, I'm serious.
Okay.
If there's turkey there, I'll eat it. But there's usually not, because it's consumed by my wife, who is much healthier than I am. Them little string cheeses that the kids eat.
Now that's a human treat. Sure.
Yeah, that kind of stuff. Yeah, I need to eat better in my older age, but I don't eat a lot of it.
Well, so do I. But
I didn't tell you. So last week, did I tell you I had to go to the doctor after I was on the road? I've been putting off a doctor's appointment, and I'm like, oh man, they're going to draw blood. They're going to do all these different things. I went rolling up in there, and the doctor said, "Double R, what'd you do? You've lost 14 pounds. I said, I really don't know what I've done.
Got sick.
I guess that's what it was.
So back in the day, you guys are saying syrup sandwiches. So we used to do butter and sugar, because it, like, if you didn't have anything in the house, right? Like, usually a filler was a little bit of butter and put some sugar on the bread, and that would gross, but I mean, it would fill you up, just a little sprinkle of it, man. Or you toast it, and then of course, if you had cinnamon, you could make cinnamon toast sandwiches. I don't know. That's some of the stuff we used to do for filler or soup. We ate a lot of soup when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Lots of soup. That's why soup isn't so bad right now for me. It's just like, all right, this is basically what I grew up on. And I think I've mentioned this before. It's called the nickname was shit on the shingle, right? We used to call it shit on the shingle, but it's chipped beef gravy. You just throw it on bread. So.
Oh yeah, Jason, sloppy joes, dude.
Sloppy joes. Now look. It wasn't just me, it's the entire town, Rodney. The entire town used to call sloppy joes where I'm from Mexicans. I don't know why. I'm serious. It's like, I think it's slang for obviously where the cuisine was created, right? It's not, they're not saying, hey, we're eating Mexicans. It's just like, hey, a Mexican sandwich, man.
Dude,
I think that's why, but it wasn't just us. I swear to God, it's the entire town of Brunswick, Maryland.
Yeah. Well, and the thing, like with sloppy joes, where we kind of evolved, because we used to have them. Sloppy joes and chili dogs were a staple up in here when our girls were smaller. I mean, all the time we would have those. I mean, once a week, either one of them. But like it's now, as we've gotten older, a lot of times, because we'll have sloppy joes every now and then, and the wife will make it, but she makes them with turkey. So it's like, okay, so it's a
turkey burger. All right, I got
yeah. It's a turkey.
I mean, I can still do that. I can do as long as the spice is good for the flavor of the meat. Then I'm good with the turkey burger.
Yeah, those are excellent. I mean, sloppy joes are great. The chili dogs, you get those thrown in, man. Those are.
Now, what Ike just put down there, is that good? Can we allow that? Are you allowed to put the queso in the taco meat together and call it a sloppy joe?
I think I need to try that, because that essentially is, because I'll make, like, for game day or whatever. I'll make
sloppy Joe Mo, right?
Yeah. I'll make queso with taco meat in there, and I can see that on a bun. That would be.
You know what, guys? I'm getting some ideas in the spirit of baseball season. Since baseball season has come about, top 5 ballpark cuisines, right? Or I guess ballpark food items. Right?
Yeah.
The sloppy Joe. Is the sloppy Joe not on there? We just got done talking about the chili dogs, right? The chili dog almost has to be on there.
Oh, yes. Chili dog has to be on there.
Right? The chili dog is quintessential to the American baseball ballpark. Is it not?
Yeah. And I see Delgado says they're Frito pies. That's another one.
Frito pie. Now, don't throw stones at me. I have not had a Frito pie before.
Oh my God, dude! If I am flying,
hey, I'm from the East Coast, so
yeah. It used to be like you go to the car races, you go to the football games, and you would get like the little bag of Fritos, and they would just like cut a slit right up on the top of it, open it up, and they would drop the chili in there and cheese if you wanted that. And I think that they've recently, I saw at some of the convenience stores where they now have like the walking Frito pie, where you have the bag of chips, you put the slit in there, you put the queso, you put the chili in there, boom, mix it all up, and you're on down the road. Frito pies, man, cannot go wrong.
Question: you do eat it with a fork, right? Or
Eat it with a fork.
Okay.
Eat it with a fork. Go to text line. One of my best friends in the world, Marty Martinez, checking in from Lockhart.
Does the Fritos get soggy or something? Like
if you let it sit long enough, they do. Which kind of depending, I've got some gaps missing in my teeth, so sometimes I like a little bit softer chip, to kind of take care of the gums. You know what I'm saying? Yet another ailment this morning, Wags. Yet another ailment. My man Marty Martinez.
Rodney's falling apart before our broadcast here.
My best buddies, we used to Chisholm Trail Lockhart, or Chisholm Trail Barbecue in Lockhart. We used to go there, the chopped beef sandwiches there. And I still highly, highly, highly recommend. If you're going down 183, you see the Chisholm Trail, whip into that drive-through right there and get you one of those. It's a different ownership, but they're still good from what I've been told. Chisholm Trail Barbecue. But yeah, the Frito pies, man. Yeah, the Ballpark Foods. Ballpark Foods.
Ballpark Foods. We're gonna throw as a top 5 candidate out there. We did Cinderella's yesterday, so
yeah.
Rodney, give me 5 seconds while I shut my door. My family's up and about. So my son is going on spring break today.
Yeah. Oh,
and that's another conversation. They're going down to Port A. So
got bail money ready.
And why are you messing with me on a Tuesday, dude?
Yeah, man, that's like, dude. I'm falling apart here, man. I'm falling apart. I got it. Give
me a 20 second. Give me a 20 second. Let me shut my door. I'm gonna go off the screen real quick.
Yeah, we got you. But and it's really weird because even now, like when you go, for example, here in Round Rock, you go to the Del Diamond, and like the delicacies that we're talking about. To me, I'm still very, very simple with everything that as you guys know me. When it's a ballpark, when it's a racetrack, nachos, hot dogs, that kind of thing. But now it's like you go to these different places and like the delicacies that you can find there, to where it's like everything from it's like gourmet stuff. It's still very weird for me, Wags, that you go to like a sporting event and it's like you walk up to the concession stand and it's like the chef back here. I'm like, the chef? Where's the fry cook? I mean, I'm used to
the short order cook. Where's the short order cook at?
Yeah, where's Mel from Mel's Diner? The guy that rang the bell. Where's that guy? Where's that guy? The chef? Come on, man.
Yeah, if there's a chef back there to Ballpark Food, I don't think I want it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm like, chef.
Where do you want to go first today? Excuse me. Where do you want to go first today, partner?
Right now, I want to go to the ballpark and eat a Frito pie. Is where I want to go first.
Yeah, I definitely have not had a Frito pie. If I have, I didn't know what it was when I was consuming it, and I would like to explore it again because I'm. It sounds delicious. I know I've never had it because I haven't poured chili in a bag before.
Yeah. Here's a little kind of a cheater tip that I like on my Frito pies. Last thought on the Frito pies: if you go to the HEB or whatever the store is that you go, and you actually get the chili dog sauce, not actually the chili, but the chili dog sauce that you can put to make chili dogs. HEB has their own brand. It's called hot dog sauce. Use that instead. Flavor's just a little better. And then when you layer it with the cheese, and then you drop some salsa maybe up in there, or I'm sorry, picante sauce.
When you say hot dog sauce, is it hot like the juice that comes out of a hot dog?
No, it's like chili con carne.
Okay, because that sounds like the water, like hot dog flavored water sounds disgusting.
No, it's not actually that. It's not actually that. But use that instead of and no beans.
God, I'm getting killed here. Yeah, Ike, I've never had Frito pie before.
Frito pie.
You know what? Be a good friend and take me out for some Frito pie. Give me some recommendations. Best Frito pie around here. Best chili dogs. Best chili dogs around Austin. Best Frito pie around Austin. Rodney says his house. Looks like I'm going over to his house for Frito pie.
We'll have to have you over here at some point. But
now I think I've had chili con corn. I'm pretty sure I have.
Yeah. It's good. And if you're gonna hand me a chili pie, there better not be no.
Wait, I've had
better not be no beans up in that chili.
Why? What is wrong with Texas and beans and chili? Why can't there be beans and chili? So look, you guys say if you put beans in chili, then it's beans. Well, if you're just eating chili, is it just meat?
Yep. Yep.
I like beans in my chili. I like onions in my chili. I like peppers in my chili. I like cheese in my chili.
Too much farting. Thank you, Jake.
Too much farting. I'm going to be farting all over the time with chili, man.
You get chorro. You get curcio. You know what we used to do when I was a little bit younger? We used to do, my dad, my uncle, and I, we would do we'd go to the chili cook-offs and do like, where it's the whole weekend and you sit out there and you make chili and you turn it in and try to win prizes. Those were a lot of fun. Really good.
I also put barbecue sauce in my chili to sweeten it up just a little bit. Like I put some a good amount of cumin and a good amount of chili pepper in there, but I also put some barbecue sauce in there just to sweeten it up a little bit. It's also got some sweet in it. I don't know. Maybe I'm different. Embrace different a little bit, guys. And yes, the beans. Thank you, Troy. Thank you. The beans, chili how you chili, bro. The beans go in my stew.
It's different, by location, like with barbecue, for example, like down here when it's like, oh, I love sauce on my barbecue. My thought is if you need sauce for your brisket, then the brisket ain't done well enough. But like when I was in Kansas City,
I'll give you that. Like I usually, if I'm trying brisket or if I'm trying somebody's barbecue for the first time, I'll try to refrain or hold off on sauce until like I actually taste, the cook of the meat or I guess the flavor of the meat rather. And then I'll throw a little, but it's almost, it's automatic, right? Like you have to spread a small layer of your favorite barbecue sauce on there, right?
Yeah, well,
like as long as it ain't Sweet Baby Ray's, you know what I'm saying? Like if you're using some authentic barbecue sauce, I can give you a pass on that. But if you're pulling out some Sweet Baby Ray's to throw on some barbecue sauce, the East Coaster is even going to question you on that one.
Yeah,
all right?
Man, that's for boneless wings or ribs or frozen ribs or something. But when I was in Kansas City a couple of months ago, I had barbecue there, and that's part of to me that's kind of part of the thing over there to where their sauce there was kind of what puts the brisket over the top. So it's just kind of different logic, I think, the way that happens right there. And it was really good. I mean, to me, the brisket was really good with the sauce in Kansas City, to where here I'm like,
that's where I'm jealous of you a little bit. You are able to taste all the different styles of barbecue and everything. Like I still swear by North Carolina barbecue, and I'm sure you've had North Carolina barbecue too, being out there for the racetracks and everything.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's got that there's something about that vinegar base to the bar, like Carolina barbecue, I wouldn't put it number one over Texas. I love the smoked barbecue number one over all of them, but the Carolina barbecue still has that. Maybe it's nostalgia to me, right? But there's just and usually it's on a sandwich. You know what I mean? Usually we kind of did it in the form of pit beef, right? You've heard Hal talk about pit beef before from Maryland. It's kind of how Texas does their brisket is what Maryland, compares with their pit beef here. But you can also use Carolina barbecue on, slice that up real thin and put that on a sandwich. Some people put some coleslaw on there. I could leave the coleslaw out, but still thin barbecue sliced, going back and forth, almost like deli meat there, and Carolina barbecue style with the vinegar. It's fantastic, man. Some barbecue chips, throw some barbecue chips on there for your crunchiness. Oh man, you got yourself a winner, man. But yeah, nothing to me. I've never had Kansas. I still haven't had Kansas City barbecue yet, or if I have, I didn't know I was having it. But to me, man, nothing's better so far than the smoked brisket, or just it doesn't even have to be smoked brisket, man. Just smoked barbecue.
And what's so weird here, and kind of our last thought here, and then we can move on to sports here before we have to get out of here. Like the tried and true barbecue traditionalist, older folks like from this part of the country, is like you take the Lockhart places and you kind of take City Market and Luling and some of these, South Side Market, all the different places like that. The sides, mac and cheese, green beans, all that's really cool stuff to have. Even beans in and of themselves a lot of times. But the tried and true barbecue people, they go to these places and they get their piece of butcher paper, and they get slices of brisket, sausage, maybe some pickles, cheese, onions, and that's the meal. There's no sides, there's nothing else, and that it is really interesting to go around and watch. And Mexican food's a whole different story that we can get into another time, or Tex-Mex, I should say. But
dude, I'm on the comments right now. People are coming up and conjuring some good ideas. We got a TSU cooking show.
Hey,
Huh?
I think that would be a hit.
Maybe we have BK reach out to some of you guys who want to do the cooking show. Maybe you guys do a little rotisserie. Huh? You like what I did there? Huh?
I like
a little
that.
rotisserie.
Well done.
Of guests.
And you know what we can do? We can do like the news wags, like when they have people on the news when they're over there and they can actually cook while it's going. They're like, okay, right now I'm putting in some broccoli, and then I'm going to stir.
That's over my head. I don't watch too much of the news.
Oh yeah, they do cooking shows on there, and the anchors are all sitting there salivating, and then they have to take a bite, and they want to take a big bite, and they're like this, very soft bite. I'm like, bite into that thing. Come on now,
Sweet Baby. All right, so look, Troy, I'm not knocking Sweet Baby Ray's. I'm just saying, don't put Sweet Baby. You can't be putting Sweet Baby Ray's over authentic barbecue sauce or over like a Rudy's barbecue sauce. I mean, like what's another really good barbecue sauce around here? That
Southside Market stuff is pretty
Southside
good.
Market's got some good, like Franklin. I don't know if Franklin's got good barbecue sauce, but I would venture to say that authentic homemade Texas barbecue sauce is probably a little bit better than Sweet Baby Ray's. If I can get Sweet Baby Ray's on the damn shelves up in Maryland, I don't know if I'm selecting it down here for authentic Texas barbecue.
I saw. So speaking of Franklin's, I saw this morning. I was kind of going.
Salt Lake's got some good roast. Salt Lake's got some good sauce.
Salt Lake. That City Market that I was talking about, get a hold of some of their sauce. They make it homegrown there in their whatever. They're in Luling. Really good stuff. I saw that our man Franklin there, Southern Living Barbecue of the Year, I think yet again. So national award for
that's something we need to do. We should tour. Of course, Lockhart would probably. Is Lockhart still the capital of barbecue around here?
I mean, it is. I mean, to me, it always is, because that's kind of what I've always, I mean, shit, it's in my veins from all these years, but it is really good to go try other stuff. There's so many. You can go on a barbecue brisket tour and check out all the good stuff.
We could also go on a venue, like a sports venue tour, and see who's got the best concessions, right?
Yeah.
Or, I mean, that would be kind of lengthy and pricey, but you'd have to. We could probably get that done in a season, though. Like if we were to go up to Dallas and then go down to Houston, San Antonio's. I mean, we'd have to do it quick to get the Spurs and to get the Spurs involved in this if we're going to do like a blend between soccer, baseball, hockey, and hoops. That would be pretty cool if we could actually combine all this and get a sports powerhouse. Do the tour of the sports powerhouse and come up with the food here. Man, we got a lot of food ideas today, man.
Yeah, I mean, really, what's the deal around here, man?
I don't know, amigo. Where do you want to go first here, man?
Speaking of stadiums, we had a little base. Did you get up at 5 a.m. this morning to watch Ohtani?
I did not get up at 5 a.m. I was kind of falling asleep around like 1:30 or 2 a.m. last night. But yeah, LA strikes first. Remember what we were doing last year? How we were having we had Walsh come on and he was giving us his race to 10.
Yep.
And he was very successful with that. I did the race to 10 again this year. Shocker. Yeah. I took the Dodgers. The Dodgers. I took two teams. I also took the Birds just as a flyer to see if they can do it too. But we'll see if this pays out. But yeah, I did a race to 10 this year, man.
Yeah, well, and the Dodgers are a pretty damn good bet right there.
Yeah, now you're not getting much on your return, but it's kind of a guarantee, right?
It's going to be. I mean, it's kind of one of those things where with the Dodgers, it's like a lot of times we can talk about, well, barring injury, this should be amazing. But even the Dodgers, I mean, even with injury, I mean, you've got plenty of bullets in the arsenal right there that I like to say. So pretty good start there for the Dodgers. And hey, man, Japan embracing baseball and the stars were shining, man. Ohtani, a couple of hits and boom, here you go. We're off.
Yeah, Yamamoto looked like he was pretty clean. He tossed 5 there, only allowed 3, so 3 hits.
I just kind of wish that it would be time for the other teams to play too. After that this morning, I'm like, okay, can my team start?
Well, that's just it. We got to go back into a hiatus for another 2 weeks, right?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Like, you got MLB TV?
I do.
All right. So, I mean, you're able to watch spring ball, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
so you can watch all that. But
I know people don't really get up for spring ball, but I mean it's a good look at who you're going to see, come up after, maybe after you get some postseason play, or maybe if there's some good prospects or some good rookies that are, kind of in the pipeline there that are playing at your AA, or usually the good ones are going to be down to AA first, just because AAA I feel like is where most of the journeymen stay, and then AA is just where usually your major league ball players or your active 40-day rosters are going to be up, and then AA is just going to be where they house everybody else at, or all the other prospects, or at least that's what I've been seeing out of the Orioles so far. But yeah, if you got MLB TV, if you don't have it, I highly recommend it, because you can watch spring ball here when there's a little bit of a lull in between the baseball start here. But Dodgers got it off to a good start. Smoked the Cubs there 4-1.
And the other thing,
Tokyo series, my guy.
Yeah, the Tokyo series. What is
Are
cool?
you a fan of the tour here? Are you a fan of them going over to Tokyo each year?
With baseball, I totally am. I'm not the biggest fan of the NFL going different places and so forth.
Why? Now that actually strikes natural intrigue. Why one sport and not another?
To me, baseball has always been a very international game.
Sure, but why wouldn't you want to share football with the rest of the world? Wouldn't it be cool to see the rest of the world play football?
That's our game. That's our game.
What are you, 12?
I'm falling apart, man. I'm falling apart. Yeah. Why do we want to share our beauty with everybody else? You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, no, I if you're saying that America houses some of the biggest, people and fosters some of the biggest people, and that's why football is profitable over in America instead of other countries, that I can kind of get behind your justification. But still, it would be cool to see other countries kind of embrace and take on. I was a fan of NFL Europe. Were you not?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I'm just messing with you, man. I think it's really great to grow the game, across the world. I know, like with the former racing that I follow, the NASCAR series heading to Mexico this year.
Racing,
Yeah.
Soccer, there's hockey, there's worldly sports.
It's like people are up in arms about like NASCAR going to Mexico, and I'm like, people have no idea how big that shit is already over there without them even ever having a cup race. It's like it's a rabid fan base over there for NASCAR, because I got NASCAR Mexico, and I think with the NFL, I think a lot of people kind of get up in arms and maybe get a little defensive, because it's like, well, what if Jacksonville moves to some different country? It's like, I don't think that the National Football League is going to do that, but yeah, to grow the game. But baseball is just different because it's so worldwide. I mean, you see the stars of baseball, they come in the major leagues. You've got them from everywhere. A lot of different countries, to where with American football, it's more, generalized with America, where soccer, the same thing, such an international sport and such a beautiful sport. I mean, when it comes to, you may not be a soccer fan, but you have to sit there and dig in to soccer and watch it, and watch the fan base. Holy shit. That is the definition of fan base.
I knew you couldn't go an actual conversation about soccer without talking about the fans. You're not talking about the game. You're looking at the women.
No. I mean the excitement. I mean the excitement. I mean, it's like when I say going to a Formula One.
Well, you see a lot of excitement in the fans.
Well, that doesn't hurt
with the fans.
It's like, Wags, when I compare Formula One to NASCAR, it's like you go to a Formula One race, and the dude that's in last place, whoever it may be, every time he goes by, there are thousands of people standing up for that guy. You don't see that in the NASCAR race. You know what I mean? It's just,
I got you.
It's a different fandom. But yeah.
Well, let me real quick, just because I'm sure there are metrics that I could pull to kind of figure this out. But what pulls more money, F1 or NASCAR?
No, Formula One by far.
Okay.
Yeah. Formula One by far.
So, by that regard, would soccer or hockey, or not, maybe not hockey, would soccer draw more money than football?
Ooh, man.
In terms of the actual sport itself. Does football itself generate more money than soccer?
I don't think it does, in the sense that
Soccer might be a world sport, but football in its
just so
focused
big.
environment generates a lot of revenue, does it not?
Yeah, I'll walk that back, because I think that American football here, so much of the money that is generated by American football is corporate generated dollars. When it comes to TV contracts, when it comes to sponsorship, when it comes to all of that, I think football probably would be much larger, just because it's the volume of high dollars, if you know what I mean, that are coming in, that maybe other countries maybe can't sustain that.
I don't know,
type
dude,
of
because
investment.
there's a lot of money in the Prem. There is
Yeah.
a lot of money in the Premier League, and then you got to think like the Spanish league too, right? Like the French league, the Italian league. There's a lot of top money in there for clubs.
Yeah. And there has to be.
This is some research that I actually want to do. So
Yeah, and I got to tell you, I'm very excited, because this week, for the other work, I'm actually going to be activating in the HEB Plaza at Austin FC. I've never been out there. I've never been on the pitch out there at Q2 Stadium. So look for the green tents and come see me Sunday afternoon. I'll be out there giving out some goodies for the other job. But I'm looking forward to I'm looking forward to going out there and being a part of the experience.
So now you get free access to Austin FC, right? You can watch. Are you going to every match now?
I'm not sure what the full schedule is, but I know I'll be there this Sunday.
you have credentials as an exhibitor or what?
Yeah, exhibitor. Okay. Yeah. So looking forward to that. So yeah, should be fun. I want to feel the excitement.
I still have credentials.
Is that right?
Don't utilize my credentials, but maybe I'll get on out there and swing on by, man. I don't know if I'm going to pay to get inside, but I don't know, my wife and son well, my son is heading to Port A, and then my wife is kind of going down right near Port A, but not so much in Port A. Like, my son's going on spring break.
Yeah.
We are, how do I say this? We're not struggling. But I guess my nerves are a little up, right?
So is he going with a group of dudes?
Yeah,
or
yeah, he's going not just a group of dudes, like they're going with a group of friends from school.
Yeah.
And I'm not stupid. There's he's 18 or he's 17, about to turn 18. We all of us were that age once, and we all went on spring break and we all got fucked up, right? It's just, I hope I hope I've done what I needed to do to educate him enough. I hope we've got him ready for this. And it terrifies the hell out of me, first and foremost, because you're traveling down there, and statistics show that automobile accidents are one of the highest causes of death in terms of teenagers. So I don't know, I'd like to have a day where I'm not worrying, right? But that's it comes with the territory, does it not, Double R? It's the best job, but it's also one of the most difficult jobs to have, and that's being a parent, that's being a dad. And if we're privileged enough to have it, I mean, these are some of the stressors that you're going to go through, right? But yeah, it's just like it's how do we allow him to grow and have fun at the same time, but also be safe, right? And so what we decided is that my wife's going to also go down. Actually, she's been wanting to get out of Austin and go down to the beach too, right? So she's going to go where she's about 30 minutes away, far enough away to where if anything does happen, he's there to call on her for an anchor or whatever if he needs to get out of something. God forbid. Hopefully he doesn't have to get out of jail or anything like that. Also we just pray for safety. Pray for everybody to have a good time. It's spring break out there for everybody, and people work hard their entire school year, and they want to celebrate and unwind. I get that. Man, it's way different when you're a parent. It's just
Yeah,
It's just way different.
It's that scenario to where it's
Thank you
like,
for allowing me to be a dad.
no, man, and it's like, because when we would go through, and we still do. I mean, our kids are grown.
You know
have
what?
jobs.
My other. I hear my other dog crying. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, and they do their own thing, but it still is to like a situation where Wags is talking about right there, and I think a lot of you folks can probably relate to this, to where it's like, okay, as a parent, that the things that were taught to me as a kid, which I was raised in a very great way, and I had great leaders as parents and family members and so forth, and I know that as a parent, I've tried to put, that's okay. That I've tried to put the best example forward that I can, and I've done all of this, and this is where I'm so thankful, like with our girls, Wags, for my wife, because I am hardly the benchmark of doing the right thing still, but it's then there's that other part to where you talked about that other thing in the back of your mind, that drunk monkey on your shoulder, to where it's like, yeah, you've done everything the right way as a parent, but when you were that age, right, you were a knucklehead. Right. And that is always the scary thing.
It's not even, Rodney, it's not even being that age. I'm still a knucklehead.
I know.
Right.
And
like
and for me, Wags, it was hard because and I just mean this as a general way of how we dudes are when we're that age. It's like when I had girls, it's like, okay, I think the girls are going to be fine, but the dudes, I remember being a dude that age, and we were stupid and we do stupid things. And that's, yeah, but
we jumping off, like, just being
I
don't want to mention it because I don't want him to hear it and get the idea, right? But I mean, just being drunk and jumping off the train track. There was a bridge that would overlook the water, right, where we were from, and train tracks would go over the bridge, and of course we would fucking wait for the train to come, and then we would do backflips off the bridge into the water. It's
well, and a lot of it is now, dude, because the world is just so different now. I mean, that's the part.
Well, you're doing stuff for likes and for views, right? Like, right. Just don't be stupid about it. You know what I mean? Right. Like,
yeah, I don't know. It's like that's where I've said it so many times as the girls were kind of escalating and growing up. It's like, oh my God, I can't imagine being a teenager right now.
I can't imagine being a father of a daughter.
Well, I am very lucky. Yeah, I am very lucky in a lot of ways, and especially in the sense, because I don't know if you guys know this, but my two daughters that I have, we actually blended our family together. Tracy had a daughter, I had a daughter. Luckily, we got them together at a very young age. They grew up as sisters, and somehow they both have just been excellent. Despite everything, they have both been excellent. So
can't do it. Won't do it. Can't do it. Nope.
Just got to trust the process, Wags. That is going to make for some.
Hey, speaking of trust and process, last night I did try to stay up. I tried to pull the all nighter. I actually had the alarm clock set up to watch the Dodger game, but I failed to do so. Started watching 30 for 30 on back when I guess they're throwing out Len Bias. It was Without Bias is the show. I'm sure that a few of you guys have seen Without Bias. Highly recommend you guys checking it out if you haven't done so. But also in trying to stay up, I stumbled across one of my homies from the Marines, and now he does sports card shows.
Nice.
And he made about $300 last night in the span of what? 2.5 hours, maybe 3 hours, pushing the 3 hour mark. But Rodney, he was literally ripping open pack. He does like they're called card shows, I guess. Okay. So he has cards already ripped open, right? But he puts them in this box, and he allows people to bid on pulling 3 cards out, 5 cards out, 10 cards out. He's got like a special on it, and then of course, if it's got a special marking, you get one of the main. If it's got like a special C on the back of it or whatever he has to, identify the card, he gives like a special bonus card that's worth what, $20 or whatever. Like the card's worth $20. So he's, getting a $10 base bet just based off of pulling the cards. And then, he's got people that keep, buying in for the sensation of, maybe the thrill of getting the card or whatever bonus cards that they're getting pulling out of the box too, right? Because not only are you just getting that $20 card, there's a chance that you could pull like another $50 card out of the box already. Wow. So it's called it's called a card. He cleaned up, gave me the idea of investing into this card business here. Now, a lot of people are doing this. We have card stores all around us. That there's a pretty decent shop right around the corner here called Collector's Corner or Collections Corner or whatever. That's got a whole bunch of cards that I think I'm going to check out and go.
Where's that? Where's that at?
Right by the Pluckers out there by the mall.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yep.
But I have two cameras. I'm thinking about doing a top-down view and also a personal view here of my mug, and then maybe we start making about $300 a night like this dude did.
Dude, that's what I'm talking about.
Is this what Ty was talking about with ripping cards and doing card shows?
Yeah, I mean, it could be. Another big money thing is like the little die cast.
He was just doing soccer last night. He told me he does Pokemon.
Oh wow!
Like I didn't know they made Pokemon cards anymore. The last Pokemon card I saw was when I bought a pack for my kid. 12 years ago.
Yeah.
That was a mess then. You know what I mean? And that was before people were putting it out on the internet and selling it.
The little die-cast car industry is something else. And I'm not just talking about race cars. I mean, it can be like Hot Wheels and all that. Like I go to these different car stores.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
Yeah. And I see these massive displays and it's just exorbitant amounts of money that people pay for these things. And it's like, holy smoke. A while back, I'm not a big die-cast guy, but I bought a die-cast. I forget who it was for, but I mean, I got it in and, I've got a couple of little cars that are sitting over here just that I've had for a long time. I got this die-cast in and I took it out of the box and I set it down, clicked a picture and sent it over to a buddy of mine. He's like, what are you doing taking it out of the box? He said, you just lost value. I said, for one thing, I don't want to sell it. I mean, I bought it for me, but he's like, you probably just lost $250 on a resale of that by taking it out of the box.
No, is that what Patrick's talking about right here? Or is he talking about die cast or is he talking about cards?
Probably both. But, I mean,
he's talking about Pokemon.
Okay.
McDonald's was just doing a Happy Meals with Pokemon cards. I collected all. What are you? Is Pokemon really like? How are Pokemon cards worth so much?
I didn't even think that was still a thing, man.
I think we have boxes. I'm like boxes of them in the house that he just has collect. Like now, after 13 or whenever you start discovering girls, you kind of stop collecting cards, or at least that's what I did, I don't know, maybe but see, that's just it. I don't know how to go through and I don't know what's a valuable card. I don't even know what the fuck a Pokemon is, or a Pikachu, right? Like that's what I remember, Pikachu, right? Like I don't know, but I'd need an expert on Pokemon.
Well, and then like the sports cards, I mean, I mentioned it a couple of different times to Jeff Howe, when he was still, with us here at TSU. My wife has in a closet.
God, I'm getting ideas.
Wags. She has these binders of Houston Astros baseball cards. I mean, from back in the 70s, and every now and then she'll break these out and she's like, take a look at these. And I'm like, these got to be worth some money. She's like, we're not selling them. I'm like, okay, well, whatever. But it's, there's a lot of money tied up in that. And like with the Hot Wheels thing, Wags, I shit you not, man. It is like at these car shows, it is just aisles and aisles of die-cast cards.
Are you guys messing with me? Are you guys joking around, Rodney? Are you seeing this? People are in line for Pokemon cards right now, dude.
I honestly did not even know that was still a thing. I really didn't. I really didn't. I mean, other than like, some retro, whatever. Damn, that's out of control. So your dude last night. So it's online. So he just
it's Whatnot. It's Whatnot app. I had never even heard of Whatnot before. But it's pretty cool. Like it puts your packages in line for you. It puts your graphics up there for you. It allows people to make a bid on the package that you want. And then once it's done, it takes your information down. You have to pay like a small 95 cent or maybe $1 something for the shipping fee. And then he sits there, he gets your cards, he gets your address, he puts your, packs your cards right then and there, seals them up, and sends them out to you, man. It's legit.
I think I had a lady friend that she used to do this thing. I don't know. I don't think it was like Cincy or one of those things, but she would do these online. It was like a jewelry thing. And she would go online, Wags, and she would have like, okay, we're going to give this away today. And there were just like thousands of people on there, and it would just add up and add up and add up and add up. And finally she's like, okay, we're going to go ahead and sell this. And then she'd like pull something else out that looked totally like a piece of shit, like these reading glasses. And like people are just $300. And I'm like, what is this? What kind of racket is this? But hey, I mean, New world.
Yeah, absolutely. So are you telling me, so they're sitting here saying that I don't even know how to present a Charizard just went for like $3 million. That's what Jake claims. I don't even know how I would value these or where you could go to find it. Do they have like a Beckett? Like a Beckett magazine? Remember what I'm talking about? Like you'd go to you'd find like a Beckett magazine to price out all your baseball cards. Are Pokemon cards becoming more profitable than baseball cards?
So
is that what are you telling me, that this Charizard goes for more than a damn Mickey Mantle rookie? Is that what you're saying?
That's what it looks like to me. That's what. So what else is in the demand right now? I mean, seriously, this Pokemon thing kind of has me a little taken aback right here.
I'm legit. Like I have so many ideas conjuring up right now. There's so many cards that we have in our collection, or in his collection, I should say. Here I am trying to claim his profits already, right? Well, hey, I bought them.
Hey, you have to fund the spring break trip, so you need to start. You need to start collecting.
So I'm thinking about getting out on here, and one, I would have to find the value of these things first, because I don't want to just sit here and give away cards that I don't know, right, out of ignorance. But also, like, there's a way to look. I'll get online and research this. But yeah, this is something that I'm actually looking into. So look, friends, if you guys are out there, if you guys are into the card shows, let's tweet at me here. Let's get at me. Give me some ideas here. Give me some ideas of cards that you would want, or just on some of these cards that are valuable, right? Like that I need to be looking for. Give me, some hot ticket items that I should be, out there looking for, that sell like hot shit, man.
Alexis Texas rookie card. Alexis Texas.
Texas. Who put that?
No, that's me making that up. Speaking of value,
who's your favorite?
Guys, speaking of value, if you want value built into your home, you need to call my friends at McCall Custom Homes, McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. My bathroom project is looking so nice, man. I can't wait to show you guys the finishing touches once it's all buttoned up, which is right around the corner, it looks like, because there are always people here that are putting this thing together for us, and the communication has just been fabulous. So happy with McCall Custom Homes and the work that they have done. Mike and his crew, they can do that for you too, whether it's a bathroom renovation, a kitchen renovation, adding a second story to your property, or if you need a new home, if you need a brand new custom home, they can take care of that for you as well. They've been doing it for a long time, family owned, local. That's what we are all about right here with Texas Sports Unfiltered. It is McCall Custom Homes. You can call or text our man Mike, the new Papa Mike, 512-633-9580. Give them a call. Like I said, call or text, and building value into your home. It is McCall Custom Homes. Also have to talk about our great friends, as we do each and every day here on Chaos Theory. It is Cobra PK.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
And remember, nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Wags, one of the reasons that I'm always excited for March Madness every year. Thursday is just playing games start tonight, but Thursdays when it fires off, what better way is there to watch March Madness, my man?
Audiovisual Consultations is the company to call, 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. If you don't have an idea of what you want in your home to watch March Madness, go ahead and give them a call on that number, 512-255-8678, or go to the website that I just mentioned at avconsultations.com, and you'll see the gallery of projects that they have been able to set up for people, for happy customers over the past 35 years since they've been setting the standard in audiovisual automation. Go ahead and check it out right now. If you want, maybe you want a simple setup like I have, like just a dual tandem 2 TV setup, or maybe you want the trifecta going on that Rodney has, or the video wall that BK can set up with his 4 TVs. It's all deadly, and it's all done by Audiovisual Consultations. Maybe you want a home theater system. They can do that too, to where it goes over your mantle on the fireplace, or you want something out on your patio for the turn of the weather. It's all done with Audiovisual Consultations. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com.
Wags, I saw a report this morning from Ian Rappaport, now with Cooper Rush going to back up.
How about that, huh?
Yeah,
How about that? Looks like Dallas is going to have to make a play on somebody.
Yeah. Because right now you got Will Greer as the backup.
I used to think Will Greer could actually have a successful career, right? Like, I thought him coming out of West Virginia, him being a ventured quarterback in college, it would be able to kind of, I guess, transcend into the NFL. Not so much, huh? Not so much. Looks like Dallas is going to get busy in the draft.
And according to Ian Rappaport, and for Cooper Rush, good for you, man. You got paid, and you're going to the Ravens. I heard somebody saying, well, that's kind of a different style than Lamar Jackson. Yeah, but he can turn around and hand it off. Cooper Rush can turn around and hand it off, and he's going to be just fine. Good for him. Good for Cooper Rush. He did a lot around here for the Dallas Cowboys. Ian Rappaport says the Dallas Cowboys may have a sneaking interest in a certain quarterback in the draft, the great Quinn Ewers.
I've also seen Dylan Gabriel linked to him, too.
I know. Yeah. So definitely going to go quarterback shopping, because unfortunately you're probably going to need.
We're already throwing the running back out for Dallas already. We're saying they're not going to go shopping for a running back because they've lost their backup quarterback. They're going to be in the market for a quarterback.
What I saw was possibly using a second round pick on a backup quarterback.
It sounds.
Yeah, but this still goes back to me. Yeah, you need
maybe even a third. Maybe even or does Dallas have a third? I got to check. I don't know if Dallas has a third.
I think they have a third.
They might. I'm pretty sure. I thought they had all their picks this year, but
the other part is, obviously you do need to address a running back. The guy from Denver. Maybe. I hope, but you better address that offensive line.
I'd go O-line. I'd go O-line first, running back second round.
Mm-hmm.
Ollie Gordon's probably there in the second round. And then I go, okay, can you give me 1 second? I got to go say bye to my kid. All right.
Yeah. I'll finish this out. There's no problem. So that's going to be the question for the Cowboys, because with the Cowboys, it is very much a scroll. In my opinion, I've got a list of things, and it definitely starts with the offensive line. As Zach Martin, is set to retire, that's a hell of a hole to fill, and you have lost more pieces than you have gained anything more valuable in this free agency period that Dallas absolutely refuses to address. So that's where, with the backup quarterback situation, and as the backup quarterback situation is now getting thinner, as quarterbacks have started to sign, I think that Dallas has put themselves in another spot where the backup quarterback position that had been addressed really well with Cooper Rush is now a big problem. And odds are, to me, you are going to need that quarterback sooner than later, because Dak is, he's been hurt.
Sorry, what I missed there, man. I had to go say bye to my kid.
Just how the backup quarterback situation, it looks like the Cowboys are going to mishandle this once again, to where you had this in place. And you had your guy that has been able to bump in here and carry your team in a nice fashion, and you've let that guy get away. You talking about Rush? You talking about Cooper Rush? Yeah, Cooper Rush.
You're right. In the event that you have to supplement Dak going down, Rush has been a good Band-Aid, I guess, to put on the wound. But unfortunately for the wound, or for Dallas, the wound's been more of like a compound fracture, and you can't really put a Band-Aid on a compound fracture, right?
Yeah. And good call right there, Travis. That's right. The 4th round pick was Trey Lance. Yeah. So there's not a 4th round pick.
So they lost the 4th. All right.
They lost the 4th. I mean, it may get to a situation where.
Well, hell, would you take Fit? You think Quinn's gone in the 5th?
I think Quinn's gone by the 5th. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think Quinn's gone by the 5th. So I mean,
this is going to be a very interesting draft. I don't know how great of the quarterbacks are. I'm not exactly invested into all the talent that's coming out of this draft, but I'm invested in the careers, of course, of Quinn Ewers. I just don't know where his skill set is actually going to compute for the NFL, right? Of course, it's clearly situational, right? Wherever he goes, it could be. If he goes to LA, it's going to be a better spot. We've talked about this, right? If he goes to the Rams, it's going to be a better spot than him going to Jacksonville. Clearly, 100%, right? He's got to have the tutelage. He's got to be able to develop and be in the right system for him to have a career where I think he could flourish.
When the Stafford domino fell that he was going to stay in LA, that was one of my first thoughts. It's like, okay, now I'm back on that wagon where I think that would be a great place for him. And I think that's where with this quarterback, I mean, with this quarterback group, and I'm still not totally sold on the guys that are 1 and 2, to be honest with you. I mean, yes, lots of potential, but does it evolve into an NFL quarterback? We don't know. But I think that some of these other guys, Milroe, Jackson Dart, some of these other guys, to where depending where they end up, they could be developed into a really good NFL quarterback. I just don't see anybody that's like jumping off the stat sheet at me, a Jaden Daniels. It's going to boom, here we go, and set the world on fire. So I don't know. Ewers to Dallas. I mean, he'd get to play. He'd probably get to play this season at some point. When Dallas is way ahead, they could put him in. So or way behind, and they could put him in. But good get for Baltimore. Cooper Rush. That's good for him. Payday.
Man,
might get him a ring.
My kid just texted me. I need to go do something for him real quick.
Yeah, no, it's
I'm
good.
trying to hang out and wait for the guys to come on here, man. I'm sorry to do this to you.
Oh, that's okay, dude. I can finish this out. I can finish this out. It's not a problem.
All right, I gotta go get stuff ready for him, man. I'm sorry, man. I gotta bail.
You're good. Take care, man. One thing that we will preview tomorrow, obviously, you've got the play-in game there with Texas taking on Javier. That'll be coming up tomorrow night. Do want to break down Xavier and Texas, as I think we're going to see a pretty good battle here, as you'll have Trey and then Ryan Conwell. That'll be going one-on-one right there in that contest coming up tomorrow night. And for the Texas Longhorns, obviously win and get yourself in. And I talked about that yesterday, where I truly do think that if we see what we saw at the end of the SEC tournament, let's kind of take the Tennessee game out of this, because the Tennessee game, it was a situation to where I think two things. Number one, Tennessee, obviously just a great basketball team that Texas was taking on, a better basketball team than your Texas Longhorns. And then you had a Texas team that was riding just an emotional high, from what they had done the 2 previous nights. So I think a reset here for Texas after a few days off. You get on the road, and now you go play a little bit later game. I guess that's an 8:00 start tomorrow. So Texas, you got to win and get yourself in, because I do think that path for them, and I know with Illinois, you got some bigs there with the Illini, but I think that Texas does have a little bit of an opportunity there, that if they can get themselves into the tournament, that they might be able to win a game, possibly win a game. I don't know, but we'll break that game down tomorrow as Texas takes on Xavier in the play-in round. At least, did you guys see, as we welcome in Jordan and Will, did you guys see South Alabama got an NIT invitation, and then it got taken away? Oh no, didn't mean that. So you could always be worse. Being in a play-in game is not that big a deal. Imagine getting your NIT invitation revoked.
I still don't understand what happened there. Like they had an invitation, then they didn't. What was the story?
So what that happened, and I actually found this morning. So it was, so you had UC Riverside. UC Riverside was invited to play in the NIT as well, but they had already taken a bid to play in the CBI, in the College Basketball Invitational. Somehow, after the NIT bid was extended to South Alabama, whose head coach is Major Applewhite, by the way, football. After that invitation was extended, the NIT rescinded the invitation to South Alabama because UC Riverside was able to opt out of the CBI and go to the NIT. So then there was no space in the NIT for South Alabama. Damn. Always a bridesmaid. Pretty shitty. Pretty shitty. Not a good thing. Not a good thing. All right, boys. What do we got? What do we got on the docket this evening? Oh, looks like we lost Will.
Yeah.
No.
Sorry, guys. We good? We good?
We are
yeah.
great.
All right.
Yeah.
Sorry to run out there on y'all, man.
You're good, man.
All right. Hi and bye.
Later, dude.
We've got a rather slow recruiting period right now, and maybe some March Madness talk, maybe some general college football talk, but
here you go.
Still going to be a loaded hour.
Looking forward to it, guys. Chaos Theory back tomorrow from 9 to 10 right here on TSU. It's Jordan. It's Will. Take it away, boys.
Yes, sir. Well, first off, I do want to give a disclaimer or warning. I apologize if there's an echo. I'm currently in my, I don't know, the place I live at. Was supposed to get Wi-Fi yet.
Looks like we've lost him already. The disclaimer. Oh,
really? Okay, sorry. Guess it might be one of those days. But I was supposed to get Wi-Fi yesterday. It's now coming tomorrow. They ship a router to the wrong house. Because it's a new community where the roads aren't in these systems, so it does some weird stuff when you put in my address. So I'm doing the show from the leasing office. So again, apologies if y'all end up losing me for a minute or two, or if there's an echo. I do know there's an echo in here. But Will, I'm Jordan. It's a Lone Star Playbook. Like he said, pretty slow in recruiting. Worked well considering I have not been on my phone at all really the last few days. I've just been moving furniture and with one bar of service. So yeah, I don't know, a lot of different things we can talk about today. March Madness kind of officially.
Yep, March Madness officially starting on Wednesday. We'll wait for Jordan to come back here. We lost you there for a second again. So we're just picking up, March Madness starting on Wednesday. Horns playing on Wednesday in a first 4 game. I put in my prediction that they do not win this game after watching Xavier film for about 15 minutes. We'll start off with that today. How far does Texas make it? Do they even make it to the real field of 64?
I mean, I tell you what, I think they can be a dangerous team. They have nothing to lose, right? And they're playing for RT. Now, I don't have a ton of confidence in them, to be honest, but hey, I think they can get into the round of 64. No question. We'll see what happens with Xavier. We'll probably take a big game from Trey Johnson, big game from Tremont Marr. Fishing again. He is the only 7-footer, guy over 6'10". So, it'll obviously take a whole team effort to win. But yeah, I am happy. You talked about Xavier because I know nothing about them yesterday. But anything specific you saw or picked up that you think could be a struggle or challenge for Texas?
They know how to inbound. That's always my favorite one when talking about Texas basketball. Is they know how to do the little things. And Texas does not. Look at the inbounding problems. Look at the offensive boards. A lot of the defensive boards. Just things where there was like a lapse in concentration all season. For whatever reason, they just couldn't figure out the inbound late in conference play, which is just one of the weirdest things I've seen happen to a college basketball team. And then, the boards on offense, especially in that game against, A&M. It was a win, but just getting out-rebounded probably 2 to 3 times. So Xavier can do that well. They have a true leader. I believe his name's Ryan Cromwell, guard. Isn't a huge scorer, only averages about 13 points a game, but, Trey Johnson's in a slump right now still. showed some improvement in the last couple of games, but dating back 5 or 6 games now, the stats are down. 0 for 14, 0 for 13, whatever he went in that game against Oklahoma, and nothing great since then. So they need a great Trey Johnson. They need to keep Tremont Mark and Weaver out of foul trouble, because without that, you saw what happened against Tennessee. It's exactly what they were targeting the entire game. Trying to get those guys into foul trouble, trying to get the whole team into foul trouble. Worked perfectly. So we'll see. I'm not ready to say there's no chance that Texas won't win this game, but it's looking very unlikely. If they face Illinois, who I actually think is a better matchup than Xavier, then it could get real interesting. Yeah, it could be dangerous. You never know.
For sure. I don't know. You have any specific matchups from the round of 64 you're really looking forward to?
I have a couple upsets. Not that I can remember them right now, but I do have a few. I believe I have High Point winning against, I want to say Clemson, but I'm going Florida all the way here. I've heard that's like the normie, the kind of casual thing to do, is have Florida winning it, but I just don't think there's any other team that really stacks up against them. I think Clemson, actually, if they don't get upset in the first round, Clemson's the team I think could be really, really dangerous. I think Michigan State would be one that could give Florida a real challenge. With Alabama, I think you never know. I think that could easily be a Sweet 16 exit, and could also very easily be the national champion. So I was trying, when filling out this bracket, I was trying to make sure I didn't have 4 SEC teams in the Final Four. I think I only had 2. I think I have Duke sneaking in there because their path is not extremely hard. But yeah, well, I think Florida's going to take it all, and I think I'm putting my money on an SEC team. Regardless, there's going to be one that wins this.
It just means more. Which leads me to ask you, Mr. Florida Gator, what are your thoughts on the allegations towards Florida's head men's basketball coach that is
Lost Jordan again. I'm not going to answer that either. So that is
no, you're good. I wasn't expecting you to say anything. That was my fault. But I do have a question, or a kind of interesting topic, I think, that is worth us discussing. So I started working on this story on Friday, but I haven't been able to do anything because, my setup at home. But every single year of the Steve Sarkisian era at Texas, they've had at least one freshman All-American. 2022 is Xavier Worthy, or in 2021 it was Xavier Worthy. In 2022, Kelvin Banks. In 2023, Anthony Hill, Malik Muhammad. In 2024, obviously Colin Simmons. Which freshman from the 2025 group was the number 1 signing class in America are you most excited to see?
His question was going to be, who is the freshman that I am most excited to see out of the number 1 ranked Texas 2025 signing class? It's Jonah Williams. I don't think there's much of a debate there. I think especially with the way the secondary room looks, and how some people could fit in there. A lot of guys in that room with some nagging injuries, and just not a little bit inconsistent at times. And I think there's going to be room. There will be room for Jonah Williams to play. He won't have as much practice under his belt because he is, still on the baseball field right now. Not that he's seen, I don't believe, any action so far. Jake, I agree. It could be Justice Terry. I'm going to stick with Jonah Williams just based on what we know in the, in the safety room, in the DB room. Jake says Justice Terry. Jordan, what say you? Looks like Jordan froze up again. We're going to keep working with him here. But I think Justice is going to be interesting because defensive line is a very hard, especially interior D line. It's going to be a very hard position to play. Jordan, we got you back?
Yeah, I'm going to try to find a different spot that has better connection. Give me a few minutes. I'll hopefully see you again. Let me text BK.
All right, I am now all by myself here. So this should be real interesting. We're going to stick with freshmen. Justice Terry, I think, is one that we could see. What I was saying is that interior D-line is extremely hard position to play as a true freshman. You just don't have the size. And Justice does. I'm gonna look at measurements right now. He could have the size, but he doesn't have the body fat percentage that most of these IDLs have. BK, well, welcome to the Lone Star Playbook.
What's up, big dog? Maybe making my debut on the Lone Star Playbook. How you doing this morning?
Great. Jordan's, as you've seen, having a little issue. So
I think you're rounding down by calling it a little issue. I think we've heard about 15 words from Jordan in the first 20 minutes of y'all's show today. So sounds like he got screwed over by Spectrum or Comcast or whatever the hell he had. So hopefully he gets it figured out.
Well, we're just talking. I don't know if you were listening in the background there. A little bit of Jordan noted that every year that Steve Sarkisian has been the coach for Texas, there's been a freshman All-American. And now that, Texas signed the number one class for the first time, the expectations are much higher, maybe to have multiple. We've thrown out Jonah Williams. We've thrown out Justice Terry. I don't know. I'm not too sure how familiar you are with this class, but I didn't want to kind of catch your eye in terms of, that instant impact.
Yeah, I mean, this is an easy answer, but Justice Terry feels like the obvious one. I know you guys talked about him, but you talk about a supreme talent. I mean, he's the highest rated recruit in this class, number one, but also playing at a position that isn't very deep at Texas right now. Like my sister went to G-ball with Jonah Williams. Like I went to a couple of his games. He's probably the only guy in this class that I've seen in person. He's a stud. I think he's going to be a freak, but you look at that safety room that Texas has, and look, Jonah Williams might be so good where you have to put him on the field, but he's got a lot more talent to overcome to actually get significant playing time as a freshman, where if you look at the interior of the Texas defensive line, you've got a couple of transfers and then a whole lot of you're not sure there. So Justice Terry feels like the most obvious answer there. And then you look at the receivers, right? Like we'll see if Texas adds somebody in the spring portal window, but right now it's new eyes, Ryan Wingo, and it's needing a new toe, DeAndre Moore, as your receivers. And it's, obviously you got 3 or 4 good rising redshirt freshmen who are back for year 2, but feels like for Kalik Lockett and Jamie French and Dalen McCutcheon, there's going to be some opportunities for those guys to maybe make an impact pretty early on as well.
Absolutely. Yeah. We, Jordan, I don't know what you think, back on here. And, we got a couple we heard Justice Terry, we heard Jonah Williams, we heard all 3 of the receivers. So anyone that has not been named that, you think could make an impact.
Yeah. Since, you already said the receivers, it's obviously a young skill group, an experienced skill group. The only guy going through spring ball that, as a receiver with a reception is Ryan Wingo. There isn't a tight end that's caught a pass. There's a running back or running backs that have caught passes, but there's not, really a true experienced wideout. Yes, Ryan Wingo, he didn't redshirt as a freshman, but he really didn't play a ton in relevance to the snap counts of other guys, at least early on in the season. So I got to go with Michael Terry. An offensive chess piece, you can literally line him up anywhere. He's working with the receivers right now, but this is a kid who played a lot of running back, played a lot of wildcat quarterback for Alamo Heights at times as well. And actually was their quarterback at times and has passing yards to his name on Max Prep. So he can do a lot of different things. I do think they will find a way to use him, and he will be in at least 4 games. I do not expect him to redshirt. And, Steve Sarkisian can get really creative with the packages. Savion Red played a lot of quarterback in high school. it basically was they snapped the ball to him and he tucks it. But even as a freshman or in his second year, he was given a lot of Wildcat quarterback snaps. Now, I hated that package. Everyone knew what was happening on 4th and 1. But Michael Terry is 10 times more advanced than Savion Red was coming out of high school and is a bigger and better athlete. So I do think year one he'll be able to contribute in at least, special 3rd, 4th, and short maybe packages. But, again, you can line him up anywhere, and he's 6'3", 210-plus pounds. So a lot to like about him. But I'd probably go with Michael Terry for, names that y'all haven't said already.
I like that. Yeah, I kind of cheated taking all 3 receivers, but I'll bid y'all adieu. I'll be right next door, so if the internet craps out on you again, Jordan, I'll be around. But I'll let y'all do your show.
Sweet, appreciate
Thanks
it
for coming on.
Yeah, I'm in the mail room now. Kind of, they have I haven't even been over here really, but they have this mail / conference room thing going on. But yeah, looks like I have better connection, so. Hopefully no one comes in here like USPS or anything. But we talked about, potential freshmen to continue the true freshman All-American streak. But practice availabilities coming up here soon. I don't think we have dates quite yet, but last spring, the first practice availability was either late March, I believe. I believe it was the day after the pro day. So that could be next week, the week after. Which freshman are you most excited to see in a Texas practice for the first time? Because I think that is a little bit different than, who are we most excited to see this season projecting as true freshman All-American. But what guys from the 25 class are you most excited to see in a few weeks?
That's a good one, because I think the answer that should come to mind is Justice Terry, just to see how much size he's put on, because already whenever that was, I guess, practice for the Ohio State game, where he had already, joined the team, and he was going in drills during practice, and he already looked, a little bit better, and that was through a week or two on campus. So that's the one I keep looking out for him on campus, actually, just to see how big is this guy getting, this early on. So he's the easy answer. I think another one would be, I feel like we keep mentioning the same guys, but Michael Terry, a guy like Nick Brooks, it's not someone that's going to play super early on, but it would be nice to see some, that physical development, early on from guys like that, especially with, the way this offensive line is going to develop and what guys are going to be out of the room in a year or two. Would love to see this, O-line class, which was not exactly elite, although it was the #1 class in the country, not exactly elite O-line class. So you would hope that this one can be a little bit better than the last O-line class that wasn't considered elite.
For sure. I think it definitely will be. I don't know. I definitely think it will be. I was going to say something about Max Wright. He reminds me kind of as the floor setter that Jackson Christian was to, the rest of the IOL class last year, where he committed early and kind of started the dominoes that we've yet to see fall, but are on the way to falling. I'm going to go a little outside the box here. I think most people probably wouldn't expect this, but I'm really excited to see Bo Barnes. This is a kid who had 3 seasons in a row of 100-plus tackles in the hardest district in public school football in America, and on a team that never had a shot at going to the playoffs, right, in Skyline. There are 3 spots taken up, 2 spots taken up usually, Duncanville, DeSoto. When they made the new district the senior year, that was Duncanville, DeSoto, Lancaster, with 4 teams fighting for that 4th spot. But with Bo Barnes, he's incredibly productive and was an incredible player his entire high school career. But if you ever saw him in person, you would know he's about 20, 30 pounds overweight. Now, it wasn't he had a beer belly or anything like that, but a little baby fat on him. So what I'm really excited to see, and what's always gotten me excited about him, is man, if he's doing this at the high school level, is this explosive? Is this productive? And he's doing all of this 20, 30 pounds over what he should be. Imagine what he can be once he gets in with, Torrey Becton, that SAC program, and he sheds that weight, because he's going to get faster, twitchier, and more explosive. So With Texas, I mean, a lot of people, they talk about, oh, the O-line, they're losing starters. But the only linebackers they returned, they were on scholarship last year, Anthony Hill, Leonga Lafau, and Anthony Smith. That is it. Like that's literally it. And they added Brad Spence, obviously added John Cunningham and Bo Barnes, but they have 6 scholarship linebackers. I mean, I really do think Bo Barnes is going to not redshirt as a freshman, likely because he's good enough, but also like they're going to need the rotational snaps too. So Bo Barnes, I'm very excited to see him. Like you said, that physical transformation, physical development. Jonathan Cunningham's another guy I'm excited to see. This is a kid who's 6'3", 190, 195, but has supreme length and also moved extremely well for 6'3", 190, 195. Played kind of this jumbo nickel role at times for North Crowley. Is a rare, and in fact is the only linebacker I think I've ever covered that I think is actually better in pass game than run game out of high school. And it's not because he isn't physical. He's very physical, but he's just like, I'm almost positive he started out as a safety or corner before growing into a linebacker because his coverage skills are way further advanced than almost any other kids. But with him, can he hold 210? Can he hold 220? Because I do think he's going to be a demon on special teams. This is a guy who likes hitting people. So I expect him to not redshirt as a freshman and probably won't get a ton of rotational linebacker snaps. But, I mean, who knows? You never know what can happen. But I'd say those two are kind of outside the box guys, and I'm very excited to see. Cade Phillips is kind of similar. I do think I probably like Cade Phillips more than Bo Barnes or Jonathan Cunningham. Obviously, they play different positions, but Cade Phillips is a kid with tremendous frame space, like a +7 wing, already about 180. Looks super skinny, but it's just because he's super long. So I'm curious, how much weight can they put on him where he retains his COD, acceleration, ball skills, and everything that comes with being a corner/safety. So excited to see those three and, physical development. We saw a lot of guys make jumps in 3-4 months in Austin from the last few classes. Excited to see this class.
We'll see that. We would, in a normal year, see it about 6 weeks from now, 5 weeks from now in the spring game. That is no longer a thing. And, not to say that a lot of this class would have gotten a lot of time in the spring game, but, still would have been nice. It's my weekly, can't believe we're not having this thing. Speaking of spring games, let's move away from Texas a little bit because I think this is something that could become the new norm. Deion Sanders said that, hey, we're not playing a spring game. No one's playing a spring game anymore. Why don't we do like a NFL training camp? And we are going to bring another team in for a week. We'll practice with them, and then we'll play against them, in the middle of April. Jordan, you're shaking your head. Fran Brown was not. He quote tweeted, something that Deion said and said, I'd love to come down there. I think this is a great idea. I don't think NFL teams do this do it every year. Almost every team does it. And, you get friendlier competition. It's going to be a little bit more serious than a spring game. And I think that's part of the reason why the spring game had to go. It's like, not only are we incurring this risk of players being poached here, but it's also no one cares about this game. Our own players don't care about it. They're only doing it for their individual gain. If you have someone matched up against another team, even though it's a spring game and it doesn't count on your record, don't you think some more people are going to care and you're going to get some better football and a little bit better access of another team?
Yeah. No, it is interesting to say the least. I think it is a good idea on the surface level. Here's my thing, though. Who's paying to travel the entire Syracuse program plus all their practice equipment and all the other stuff? And where are they staying in Boulder? There are like barely any hotels in Boulder, and they're all ridiculously expensive. So one, where are they staying and who's paying for it? Two, how are these guys going to miss school to go hang out in Boulder for a few weeks? Like the NCAA, if they allow that, they cannot call these guys student athletes. They can't do that shit. and they'll die on that hill. They love calling them student athletes. When I get it, they are to some degree. But at the end of the day, they're effectively semi-pro athletes. That's just what it is. But if the NCAA clears this, where teams can travel and bring all their equipment, all their, their entire staff pretty much down to Syracuse or down to Boulder, they're not student athletes anymore. And two, usually I think the NFL, they do that closer towards the season. I forget. I think it might just be training camp is what they call it. It's in August or September. But, I mean, for them, they're there 3-4 weeks staying in hotels. Like the Cowboys, they stay in Oxnard. They're in a hotel the entire time, focused on that training camp. So can you just do that instead of fall camp? I think fall camp is already a version of that. But the reason I was laughing and smirking when you first brought it up, I watch or listen to, I'd say, a fair amount of NFL podcasts. Not necessarily people talking about the NFL, but past NFL players, kind of just storytelling, like Bussin' with the Boys. It's kind of similar to what Jeff Teague does, right?
Mm-hmm.
And every single one of them says the joint practices are the very worst thing that's ever existed. Because it starts off, everyone's just competing, being competitors, having a good time. And then by the end of day one, everyone wants to take the other team's heads off. And they do it, I believe, in the NFL usually 3 or 4 days. And I mean, every time there's been a Hard Knocks, preseason thing, it shows something unfolding, right? So that's where I just don't think it's a very good idea. Usually, guys that are in college, they're younger than the NFL players, and they're making significantly less money for the most part. So they have a lot less on the table to lose, and they can act out in different ways, and fights, other stuff. You also don't want injuries, and especially I don't think Texas would ever really be interested in doing something like that, especially with where they are as a program now. Like Sark said last year, they played 15, 16 games. And you're going to add 3 to 4 weeks of training camp versus another team where they're going balls to the wall at least 3 of those days. It's going to extend the season really long. So I think it would be interesting. I would be very curious to see how it would work at the college level, but pretty much all those things I said, I think is going to make it very hard to be successful. But I'd love to see it.
I would really love to see this. I think especially Colorado and Syracuse would just be a fun one. In terms, as for Texas, I think there was also a lot of value in, and I think what I'm going to say kind of keeps that image going of we're ruining the mid-majors here. And, there's such a huge gap. But if I were Texas, I would say, hey, let's spend 2 days. Let's invite Texas State up here. And then 2 days later, UTSA can come up, and then Rice can come up. And we get to play all these different teams for a couple days. We're not, we're basically just doing walkthroughs, but against another team. I think that's what could have, the most value in it. You develop a relationship. That's the other thing why big schools like Texas should want to do it with smaller schools in their area. Because if you're practicing together for a week, you're going to get real familiar with the coaches and the players. And come a few months from then, obviously, I think if you're going to do this, okay, we should have prefaced this whole conversation. If you are going to do this, there has to be some kind of legal agreements.
That no tampering will go on.
And I don't think you're going to be able to do that unless you got each individual player to sign that, to say that I will not transfer to the school that we're playing. But it's still, it's kind of blown up this whole conversation because that's always going to be the issue. If you added another team, the problem was already there when you were playing your own team. If you're playing another team, it might get a little bit worse. So
yeah, hey, DJ Kinney's a smart guy. I'll be honest, I don't know who on that roster at Texas State would be someone that Texas is interested in, but he's smart enough to be like, no, we're not doing training camp in Austin. I don't know. I don't think he would do that, at least with Texas. But the tampering thing is funny because it's just imagine practice, and then a few hours later you go out. Coach takes his wife out to eat for dinner, and he sees his backup safety with the other team's defensive coordinator just getting a meal. It's like, yo, what the, So would think that would be very interesting. I mean, if they do that to some degree, I kind of wanted the first one to be at Colorado because I want it to be filmed, and Colorado films everything and sticks it on YouTube.
Their spring game's on ESPN too. They've got a great deal right now.
Oh, I thought they weren't doing their spring game.
They have the spot. I think that was the whole reason this conversation started, is that I'm pretty sure that Dion said, hey, I've got a spot on, the third weekend in April and on ESPN2. I might as well have a game then. So I'm pretty sure that's why.
He should just do like a 7-on-7 tournament with teams made up of Colorado players. Like they already are a 7-on-7 team almost. Their O-line sucks and their D-line was ass for the most part until they did play well at times this year. I'll give them credit. But their O-line stunk for the most part. I think Shedeur had like a higher pressure rate than anyone else in college football for like the last 2 seasons in a row. So, hey, I mean, that's probably the best thing I would say to keep that slot that's actually realistic maybe. And maybe the big boys do 5-on-5. I don't know. Who knows? But it is definitely an interesting topic for sure. But I don't know. We March Madness obviously coming up. Texas plays tomorrow. Will, I want to know, what is your go-to, or I should say not go-to, favorite setup, favorite way to watch games? And y'all in the comments as well. How do you like to watch games? I know some people that are like, no, I can't even be around my girlfriend. I have to watch it alone and be right in front of the TV. I know other people who prefer going to a Buffalo Wild Wings all day or Chili's, watch the game. Will and friends in the comments, what is y'all's favorite setup?
I'd say the quad screen, if you can get the quad screen anytime. Doesn't matter if it's on a phone or a huge TV. It's always going to be the best way to watch sports. Not a huge, I don't really care. You get me something to eat, something to drink, I'll be just fine watching it anywhere. So I don't know where I'll be on Thursday or Wednesday night to watch the first 4. But I don't know. What about you, Jordan? Because I'm not too picky when it comes to watching sports.
Yeah, I like to just sit at home, have some food on the couch. That's my deal. Big wings guy. Can obviously always do pizza. Love some wings. Need to figure out some wings, a wing spot down here in Fort Worth. There's a spot in Louisville that I loved up there. But no, I just like being at home. I can go to a big bar that's packed out and I guess have fun with that. But I'll be honest, a lot of times it just I can't stand the takes of casual fans. And I'm not trying to disrespect them or anything, but it's just what y'all are talking about isn't even a real thing, or vice versa, stuff like that. And then when they find out you work for 24/7 Sports, they just want to ask you a bunch of questions and stuff, which is fine. I get it, But I definitely say at home, and like you said, the YouTube TV quad box, give it to me. It's the best invention ever. But I'm excited though for March Madness, especially that Wi-Fi coming in tomorrow. Gonna be nice. Also, gonna have a little bit of a different office setup. Probably the credentials won't be behind me anymore, but we'll see. Still brainstorming.
Yeah, I've got a different one this week too. Back in the house I grew up in for week off from school, so we're a little wacky today. It's been a wacky show. Had some connection issues.
Yeah.
We had DK on here for a few minutes, and we've still got a whole lot to talk about. Jordan, have you seen all this stuff with West Virginia and what they've been calling the NCAA?
No, the last few days I've literally just been moving, and I have 1 bar of service. That's why the Wi-Fi thing has been such a big deal for me. So whatever's happened online on Twitter the last 72 hours, I know nothing about for the most part.
Well, I've got you right here. The NCAA, or known as the National Corrupt Athletic Association.
Wait, sorry, time out. West Virginia, the university officially put this out?
No. The state of West Virginia, as in the governor of West Virginia, has threatened legal action against the in the lawsuit says the National Corrupt Athletic Association, because West Virginia did not make the tournament. This is just absolutely ridiculous. It's not the first time, because we just saw it last year with Florida State football and the state of Florida. I think there's been another team since then, but for some reason, state and local and random politicians think they have a voice after selections, and they don't understand that these sports selections, whether it's the college football playoff or March Madness, are not always designed to be the fairest thing. And at the end of the day, it's all objective anyway. It's there's no telling who wants people in more. When the vice chair or the chair of selection also happens to be the UNCAD, that's a little concerning. But that UNC, they never would have known they're in that spot, and I think that's what the state of West Virginia or the governor of West Virginia or whoever has officially put this out is trying to say, is that North Carolina had an advantage, and maybe they did. But I just don't understand why they think. So if you win this, what is your end goal here? They're going to redo the tournament?
Yeah, this is Rob hits the nail on the head here. Rob Latendrine. Shout out Rob, Jake Bayless, Shady in Sports. All y'all, Jack Burden. We appreciate y'all listening, tuning in, and those who listen on podcasts, we appreciate you as well. But Rob with a great comment. He said, it is a way for politicians to get their local voting base behind them and saying they are one of the people. It has nothing to do with whether the team gets in. It is all about shoring up their base. That's kind of the point you were making. Florida State, did y'all really think making a big deal like Kirk Herbstreit and ESPN would just be like, all right, Bama out, Florida State in. We were wrong. We messed up.
Right.
That is not how it works. That is not how the March Madness basketball tournament will work. So, and it's kind of hilarious to me. It feels, it's not the same, but it's similar energy to the Ohio politician who was like, yeah, we're going to make it a felony for someone to play.
Yeah, that's right.
With you, get the fuck out. I don't know. And the inviting thing is so weak. And I really do think, again, that Rob hit it on the head with that comment. But just man, it's the same thing. Man, if you're not invited somewhere, don't show up or bring it up with those people. Why didn't I get invited? Take it on the chin, my boy. So I don't know. West Virginia, the Mountaineers in Morgantown, not a great look for them. But hey, at least they got Rich Rod back.
They do have Rich Rod back. I keep forgetting that because it just sounds so wrong. And Texas has Neil Brown now.
Oh yeah, Chad Scott too. I will say, the Dana Holgerson era of West Virginia was awesome for the most part.
Tavon.
Geno Smith, Tavon Austin. I remember when they came to Texas, I think that was their last year in college. And I believe they were number 2, 3, or 4 in the country. And I watched the game on TV. I don't remember the number, but I remember that game broke the attendance record at the time for DKR. Because they were, top 3, top 5 in the country. And they were wearing, if I remember correctly, they're wearing their navy blue uniforms, navy blue helmet with the Westfeet logo. And all of them, I think it was in November. It was one of the late season games where it was a little chilly in Austin. All of them had these sleeves on that were bright yellow and these gloves that were bright yellow. And back then, that's 2014, 2015. TV cameras aren't as nice as they are now. So whenever they would move their arms around or their legs around in kind of, I don't know, just a fast motion, it would look like there was a flag on the play. Watching that game was horrible because I thought there was a flag on the play every time. So when there actually was, it's not, oh crap. But I think that game might have been close at first, and then I think Geno and Tavon Austin just took off. I don't know. We need CB in here today to fact check that. He would remember that. But Geno Smith era, Tavon Austin era, great time. Great time. Shady in Sports. This is a funny question. Said, why don't the UT system schools act as football feeder programs for football talent to transfer to become Texas Longhorns? It's a lot harder to win games as a head football coach when your best players leave after their, a season. And that makes your job harder. And when you have a wife, kids, you got to put food on the table for them. And you have bigger schools pulling those guys every year. It makes it harder to put food on the table for them. So that is the easiest way to describe it. And I mean, to be honest with you, it kind of already is. Trey Moore came from UTSA. UTEP, they had a pretty decent linebacker this year who's in the portal, who ended up somewhere. Might have been Oklahoma. Not sure. But I mean, it is what it is. UTRGV still hasn't started up their program. UT Arlington doesn't have a football program. I'm almost positive UT Dallas does not have a football program. What other UT schools am I missing? UT Permian Basin is like D3.
Yeah, I think that's it. Jordan, I think what he's saying here, and the idea that I have, is that how about if you live in a state that has more than one state university, or more than one, Power 4 state university, that you should have to stay in the state. You can choose wherever you want to go, but you have to go to a school within the state. So all the players from, all the prospects from Florida stay in Florida, Texas, Georgia, Bama. And then you get that talent pool. You can transfer anywhere you want as long as it's in the state. What if we just reset college football? Go back to that. We don't allow planes. You can't use a plane to see another school. So if you wanted to go somewhere out of state, you would have to drive.
So they can play each other. Just the kids have to stay in their home state.
Yes.
All right. What about like IMG kids that are originally from Texas but moved to IMG?
No more IMG.
Sophomore year.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's act like there is an IMG. Are those kids gridlocked to Florida or Texas?
Wherever they were born.
All right. Well, what about like Michael Fasusa? He was born in Nigeria.
And he can play wherever he wants.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't tell Michael Fasusa no either. Yeah. That would be interesting. I'll tell you what, if they continued the same, I guess, conferences or schedules that exist now, Texas would be so fucked. Like the interior D line, they just don't have that in Texas. They don't. And you would also have to compete with A&M and the other Power 4 schools for those kids. So the D line groups of all the Texas schools would be absolutely atrocious. And kind of offensive tackles and the interior line would be fine. There's those guys every cycle, but the offensive tackles would not be amazing. I'd say the tight ends would be horrible. Everyone would have to run, all receivers or just run the ball a ton. But it is an interesting topic to think about, though, for sure. And I don't know. I do not think Texas would do very well on that one.
Yeah. I think that would be a much more exciting game of college football, just because you were saying, like, Texas doesn't have the interior D-line, but they're going to be better in some areas, and they'll be better in receiver than almost any other state.
Better QBs.
Florida, they'll be better in QBs.
OU would be so screwed.
Yeah, I mean, that one does count. There's two Power 4.
Arkansas would be screwed.
Arkansas, their players could play wherever because there's not two Power 4 state universities.
Yeah. What about Louisiana? They pretty much exclusively recruit in-state, and they'll sign like 5 to 8 out-of-state kids.
So yeah, that's what I should have clarified, is that you can also poach. You can poach kids from states. So you could poach a kid from Arkansas, and you could poach a kid from Louisiana, because there's they don't have to go. They have a choice. So I think that makes the most interesting game. Is the Texas is going to get a lot of those Louisiana kids.
What about Missouri? There's only one Power 4 school in Missouri.
Yeah, then Missouri is opened up.
St. Louis is a sneaky good recruiting hotbed. Just Texas fans don't know anything about it because they don't recruit Missouri. But sneaky good. Zeke Elliott, I guess that's the one I could think of that some Cowboys fans would know for sure. But good little area.
Wingo.
Yeah, Ryan Wingo. Can't believe I've effed that one up. I think he's the only player from Missouri that this staff has signed out of high school.
I mean, he was nearly a Missouri commit, wasn't he?
Yeah, I actually have a hilarious story about that one. I guess that's how we'll close this out. So I have a buddy of mine I grew up with that his parents went to Mizzou, big Mizzou fan, and his dream was always to go to Mizzou, right? So that's where he went. And I haven't talked to this dude in forever. The morning before, he sends me a chat on Snapchat, and he's like, "Hey, Ryan Wingo is gonna, commit to Mizzou, right?" Because originally, what had happened, he visited Texas the beginning of that season. It was his senior year. He went into his senior year uncommitted. Visited Texas for the Wyoming game, silently committed at the Wyoming game. Then the week before his commitment date, a weekend before his commitment date, he went to a Mizzou game and spent like the whole weekend on campus pretty much. And silently committed to Mizzou. They also offered an NIL number that was higher than what Texas had offered at the Wyoming game that he committed to. So was silently committed to two schools at the same time. Commitment day comes, and the dad, Mr. Wingo, it's going to be Mizzou in the morning. And then about 30 minutes later, actually just hold off, y'all. Like, some stuff's going on. Like, we'll be in touch. A few hours later, literally like maybe 15, 20 minutes before the ceremony, they had just walked in, is what he said. And he was like, all right, it's Texas. It's a done deal. It's going to be Texas. The kid I know, his name was Caden Michaels, who's at Mizzou. That morning, he messaged me and is like, hey, it's going to be Missouri, right? It's still going to be Missouri. And I was like, yeah, like basically like leave me alone. It's Missouri, because I know he's going to try to rub it in my face or whatever. As soon as I find out it's Texas, I message him and I'm like, hey, it's actually going to be Texas now. And he's like, no, you're lying. You're making this up. Like this past weekend, he was literally, there's like a bar district at Mizzou. He's like, he was literally at the bar district, like screaming, what is their fight song? Like Fight Mizzou or Go Mizzou. It's something like that. Or All Hail the Tigers. He apparently was screaming that, their fight song, and was telling everyone at the bar, hey, I'm being Mizzou Tiger. And then Texas. And the Texas won fun. Pulled the rug out from under him on commitment day. Commits to Longhorns. It was a 24/7 sports announcement, and never took a visit elsewhere. It was solid, firm in his commitment the entire time. Honestly, I mean, I do know Mizzou pushed at the end to try to flip him, but not as hard as you'd think. And I think a big part of that is because they thought they were getting him, and then they didn't.
They also spent a whole lot of money on another guy in that class who is no longer with the program.
Yeah, Williams Winery. There you go.
I mean, that was a home run recruitment for them. I mean, that was a bigger deal. You know, him and Wingo were ranked, I think, 3 and 5 at the time overall, and Williams was higher. But it just felt like that was a recruitment that they needed to win. Being in that area at the time, I knew this, that they needed to win more than a guy like Wingo, especially already having Luther Burden in the program. They felt like, we'll be fine on receiver. If we can get D-line, then things might really change here. They get Williams Nuri. They pay him more than they pay the rest of the team combined, and then he's out in a year, and he's playing for the boys now. The boys in Lincoln. He's a Cornhusker. So
yeah, hey, it is.
Mizzou's left with nothing. Yeah,
it was funny. Like Mizzou's entire pitch to Ryan Wingo was like, "Hey, you see Luther Burden? He's from Missouri, just like you. You can stay home, put on, and he's really good." And that's like, all right. Can you think of any other receivers that have been drafted out of Mizzou in Ryan Wingo's lifetime?
I think
under this staff, because I can't. Where in Texas, it's like, hey, we'll give you more money, and also we get guys to the draft. That was their pitch.
I think for number one receivers, it's going to be hard for Mizzou to ever sign one, and it's not Eli Drinkwitz's fault at all. Because he wasn't there. But Toriel Green Beckham was the number one player in the class. Went to Mizzou for 2 seasons. Did not do anything of substance. He was all right. He was good. He went to Oklahoma for a year.
He didn't play at OU.
He didn't even play at Oklahoma. So
I forgot.
The
He
weird
got in
thing is
trouble.
he got drafted. He went 40th overall after playing 2 college seasons. And in those seasons, I mean, in 2013, he did have 883 yards and 12 touchdowns. Man, he had a great sophomore year. Didn't really realize that. Didn't end up doing anything in the NFL. Played for 2 years with the Titans and the Eagles. So, I think I remember there was talk of that in the Ryan Wingo recruitment of like, he doesn't really want to be the first #1 receiver to, to play for Mizzou since Dorial Green Beckham. And also Luther Burden was there. So a little bit of both. But Mizzou left with nothing as usual.
Yeah, sorry, there's people in here, so I'm just going to go ahead and wrap it up. It's already at 11, but get over to the Texas Sports Unfiltered app for the midday mashup, likely talking, March Madness, Texas baseball, something of the sort. And we're going to get out of here. We'll see you tomorrow. Preview probably some of that or more of that Texas Xavier basketball game, but nonetheless, we'll get out of here. Happy Tuesday, and y'all have a good one.